Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Hope to Hope Conference. We're excited you're here with us. I am Kim White, one of the hosts, and I'm not sure which way to point, Carrie. I am with Carrie Zarb, who is the famous podcaster, who I'm very honored is my co host this year. So, Carrie, would you like to say anything before we kick this party off?
I would, Kim, because I just want to pay gratitude to yesterday. Yesterday was incredible. The lineup of speakers, the stories that they shared. It brings hope. It really brings hope. And I'm excited for today's lineup as well.
I think it's a testament to hope dealers. Like we were laughing and calling everybody hope dealers, but that's really what this is about. This conference is built for the holiday season when sometimes people are really struggling at this time of year. And we want to make sure that we're sharing the hope we've gotten over the years and sharing those stories that will help others. So I think our very first guest is an amazing human, and I would love it if you would introduce her. I wish I could do drums or something because she makes all kinds of noises when the equipment fails. So I'm just saying.
Definitely. Kim, I would love to welcome our first speaker to the stage. It is Yvonne Marchese, who is the host of the Late Bloomer Living podcast and Midlife Uprising Community for Women. She calls herself an age agitator, and she's on a mission to redefine society's ideas about aging. When she was 48, she realized that her fear of aging and negative self talk was stopping her from going after her dreams. She felt like a failure, that life had passed her by and she'd missed the boat. That story was affecting her health and relationships. Changing her story about aging inspired her to start a podcast, host an online summit, and start a community for women who are making waves alongside her and spreading the message that you're not too old and it's never too late. So, welcome to the stage, Yvonne.
Hello, hello. I'm
Hello.
so happy to be here.
We're excited to have you. Oh, my goodness.
Oh my goodness, you little age agitator, you. I I love that term. I just have to say that right out of the gate. I love being part of your community. I love that you are making waves, and I love that you share transparently about the struggles. Love it. Can you
Yes,
tell us what hope means to you?
what hope means to me. Hope means knowing that I've survived my toughest times and toughest days up to now, and that whatever is dragging me down in the moment, I know it's going to pass. And I know I'm stronger than whatever might come my way. I, I feel stronger now that I'm in my 50s. I don't know.
I think, Yvonne, that having you in this community and being part of, things that you're experiencing and what you've been through as well is certainly inspiring to me as I start to age. And I think a lot of us can actually, I want to be you when I grow up, it's just that simple.
Oh,
And not that I'm going to grow up, but up in age, level
right.
up.
No need. No need.
No. But Yvonne, I would love you to walk us through, that point in time for you that gave you hope, like what actually happened and what brought you to knowing that there was hope.
Yeah. It started. Well, what gave me hope, there've been different points in my life where I've hit low points and have come through it. And the most recent and maybe the longest stretch of having of feeling challenged and not so good in the world was most of my 40s. Um, I I had always wanted to be an actress. That was my childhood dream from the time I was 6 or 7. And like you said, you're not going to grow up. I am determined. I'm going for childhood dreams. Um, I made a move to New York City in my mid 20s. Finally, a little bit later than I would have liked, but I did it, and it was amazing. And then but I was old for the industry already. Crazy, right? Mid 20s and you're old for an industry, but that's the way the entertainment industry is. And I felt like I'd hit a ceiling, and I wanted to get married and I wanted to have kids very much. And I met my husband on a tour, and we dated for a very long time, and we were both doing our acting thing, having a good time, and 5 years later we were like, okay, let's get married. And then not too long after that, I was very fortunate, and even though I started late, was able to have my first baby. And I realized that I really was done with the business end of performing. And but that left me in a real quandary about who I was. And it when I was 40, I had just gone back to work full time. We had our second child then, and I was still trying to figure things out as far as what I wanted to be when I grew up, because without acting, I didn't know. And found this random job, got promoted within a few months, and then got laid off in the 2008 recession. And I just was like, wow, what am I going to do? And that's when I literally had a Shazam moment, I call it, or an aha moment. My husband very sweetly said, "You're going to figure it out, sleep on it." And I woke up in the morning and I told him I wanted to be a photographer. And that came out of nowhere. So that's one point where I found hope. I used our credit card to buy my first real camera and enrolled in school, and started doing it as a side gig. But the thing is, I found this job in the meantime. It took me 6 months to find a job where I felt like I had no future. And I was trying to get the photography going on the side, but it was hard. I've never run a business before. And I felt by the time I got to my late 40s and I was doing it full time, doing the photography full time, I still felt this really deep sense of failure, because financially I wasn't secure. And I was like, wow, I'm almost 50, and why haven't I gotten it together? Not only that, but I was having a hard time momming and adulting in general. And I realized something needed to change. All the trash talk in my head was constant complaining about my life. Even though I had a loving husband and 2 healthy, great kids, there was a lot of trash talk going on in my mind towards myself. And that's when I realized I really needed to change that, and started a new morning routine as like, let's see if this works. So I committed to 30 days of meditation and exercise every day. And it really was like, after a few weeks of very hard trying to get up in the morning before my kids, it was like, after a few weeks, I started feeling so much better. And then I started feeling energy, and I started feeling hopeful, and I started getting curious about what my next 20 to 30 years might look like. What might I do? What if it isn't photography? What could it be? I started to get excited. And that's when I got the idea for the podcast. And that took me 2 years to actually make it happen, to make myself do it, because the idea would not leave me alone. I tried to stuff it back, and then I finally did it, and I will never look back. It was the best decision I have ever made in my life. The people that have come into my life since then, and my sense of what I'm capable of and my possibilities in the world, it's night and day. Long answer.
No, not at all. I love it.
I wonder how many people, though, are listening, Yvonne, that can relate to this after the last few years of all the changes that have happened to a lot of families, a lot of people, that they feel hopeless in what to do next or what to do. Would you take a moment and just speak to them? Because when you're in that situation, it's hard. It's hard and you feel like there's no hope. But would you speak to them for a minute? And
Yes. Yes. I would say that you may not even know what you want, and that's hard. That was a big part of why I felt so stuck for so many years, is I didn't know what I wanted. And it took me 5 years to have the aha moment of photography, you know. Um, and then then it was like stepping out into that zone of not knowing if this is going to work, and how do I learn how to run a business at 40, and this is something I've never done before. And there was so much imposter syndrome, which also kept me from starting my podcast for those 2 years. I had a lot of excuses. I told myself that I didn't have the money to pay somebody else to edit a podcast for me, and I didn't know how to do it. I would say, instead of telling yourself you don't know how to do something, you can flip that script a little bit to say, I'm going to learn how to do something. I'm learning how to do something. You know, when we tell ourselves we don't know how to do something, or we don't know what we want, we're giving ourselves the answer that we don't know how to do it and we don't know what we want. Whereas we have to ask ourselves good questions. We have to ask ourselves questions that are empowering, that, you know, what might my life look like? What could I do? What could I do today that would make a difference? You know? And when you ask a question that has possibility, then you allow possibility to come to you in an answer, you know?
And Yvonne, I think we can all kind of take away from your story the determination, even just with the photography, flipping into photography, going and buying the equipment, getting the education that you needed. Something had shifted in your mind at that point with determination, to actually get this done and walk through those steps. And then again with the podcast, although it might have been a little bit kind of touch and go there for a while, it eventuated in that determination of, well, I just need to learn this. I just need to get my mind around it, and knowing that we can do it once we've mentally assigned that to ourselves is a key takeaway from what you've been saying for me.
Yes. And Kim, you mentioned, how lost some people might be feeling because of these massive changes in society that we're going through because of COVID, and that whole reset button. And actually, that is what allowed me to do it. I was already starting down the path. I was already doing the research. I was already committed. In my mind, I had flipped that from I can't do it and I'm not going to do it now and maybe later to I'm going to do it. It just might take me a while to figure this out. But I was doing the work, and then the COVID shutdown happened and I couldn't do photography for several months. And I thought, well, that's my moment to take the time that would have been going into my photography business and really dig in. And I literally worked from 9 to 5 every day. I turned it into my full-time job to figure it out, to learn how to build a website, which I'd never done before, to learn how to produce a podcast and all the little things that go with that, lots of little moving parts to doing it. And it felt like a luxury and a strange gift, a very strange gift to have been given that time.
And Yvonne, I want to carry on from a question we had yesterday that Jill actually brought to the stage, and then it popped up and popped down and came back up again. We would like to know how you guard your melty.
I guard my melty with my morning routine. It is a part of my being now. Um, I get up, at least 30 minutes before everybody in the house, and whatever that means. And sometimes that means I need to go to bed earlier. And that is my time to sit with myself, to move my body, to do the things that I know are going to support me for the rest of my day, and to set my intentions for my days. And that's how I guard my melty on a regular basis, because I'm a melty girl. It's not a one and done thing. It is I struggle with the melty almost all the time. It's just, you know, and giving myself that gift of that morning time, it's a gift. It is truly a gift. And the other thing that I do is I watch my calendar. There are, I try to keep my Mondays usually without like usually without client appointments and things like that. There's exceptions recently. Um, I try to, when I do a photo session, I build time into my calendar afterwards for editing time. That gets blocked out so that I know to protect that time. So, and if I know I've got something coming up, I do try to build in like extra family time around the holidays, different things like that. Whenever I've got something big, I try to build in a little bit of grace time afterwards where I'm not pushing so hard.
And Yvonne, you and your husband, I think, are certainly, the perfect pair, and doing many things together but separate at the same time. You're both running busy schedules, and I know that can be a challenge in itself in a household to keep up with two professional people, running and operating separate calendars and schedules and things that they've got to achieve. And then you've got your boys as well, and all that taxi mum type of thing happening. What does that look like for you these days, and how does that feel, to bring it all together?
Oh my goodness. We laugh um often, and we'll say we lead a rich full life, and then we laugh because it's crazy. My husband works a full-time job, and then he teaches at a local university and directs shows there. He just finished directing a show, um, and that's closed, but now he's gonna be hopping on stage in A Christmas Carol, so he's going back into a rehearsal process very soon. And this week tonight, in about like right after I get off of this, he and my younger son are heading off to go camping, and they're doing backpacking food, and it's going to be a very cold weekend. And so my husband is like just finished this production, and there he goes off to go camping in the cold for the weekend, and then I think probably right the week after Thanksgiving is when he goes into rehearsals again. So we just we just try to support each other when things get hairy for either of us. I produced a summit in the spring, and he stepped in and picked up the pieces that I couldn't run with. And we try to, we try to not keep track. We just try to step in, and I'm very lucky that is how we roll. I feel very lucky to have him be he's always got my back, and I know that.
So I have to say, Yvonne, not only did you run an event, but you ran an extremely successful event with over 300 people, that 360, I think, that registered. That's a big deal. And I
Yeah, especially because I didn't know if anybody was going to come. I'd never done anything like it before. Ah.
feel so proud though because we got to participate with you, and oh my goodness, it was so good.
You guys were key in helping me keep my sanity and helping me make sure I wasn't overextending and doing things in my heartaholic way, even though I still did. Yeah.
Well, we don't need to go there. What I was going to say is that, when you thought about doing that, and it seemed like so far away, and then after you finished it, I think there's a lot of people out there that dream about doing an event like you did. And like I know you've spoken to different people with what you've shared, but I'd love for you to speak to that because there's a lot of people who are like us that are dreamers, and they're sitting out there and they're wondering like, could I ever do this thing? And you interview guests constantly on your podcast that are doing things. I mean, I heard something about one that you just interviewed, and I'm like, at 70? Like,
Yes. Oh my gosh. Can I tell you, she started modeling at 70 and she didn't even like to have her photo taken before. Really. So, and the reason for the modeling, it just kind of happened. She started dressing and she retired and figured out that, oh my gosh, I've become invisible. And all of a sudden people were looking at her like she was less than able just because she has gray hair and she's retired and she'd had a full life of work and she's a smart lady. And it's amazing how we discount people when they get to a certain age and kind of put them in the corner and say, great job, pat on the head, and you're done now, you know? And she wasn't having it. And so the story isn't going to be in the podcast. It's going to be a great story. But she started modeling and it just has rolled and rolled and rolled. And now she's 76 years old, 76 years old now. Started kickboxing a couple years after she started modeling. Her big goal now is to actually walk the runway at Fashion Week. She's got agents. It's and her whole thing is to have older women be visible. That's her driving force behind being a model, is let's not disappear as we get older.
That's incredible, Yvonne, and can't wait to hear the episode. But I think, finding these people, it sounds like people are starting to, circle in your space and have done for some time based on your podcast and what you're bringing to the table through the event, through the community that you've built. And it's just so exciting and inspiring, with all these stories that you share with us and the podcast and witnessing you on this journey. And wow, 70 and modeling, exactly the perfect living example of your age agitatorness, if
I
that's even a
feel,
word.
like I said, I'm so happy I started this podcast because now I feel like I'm surrounded by age agitators. I know I'm not alone. It's why I started the community. I want to know that I'm not alone in feeling rebellious about this and feeling like, no, this is not it. We're not done. Just because we're in midlife, we might have 20 or 30 good years ahead of us. What are we going to do with that time? We're going to just sit back and go, oh, wah, 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 I'm done. I, you know, mm, I can't see it. I can't see ever just, I feel like having a purpose is what feeds us. It's what gives us energy. And if we can take our purpose and really serve other people and continue to serve in the world, that's juicy, you know?
we love juicy. Just saying. So I want you to speak to another group of people because we're similar in age, and we are definitely age agitators. I'm going to lump myself in with you because rebel, yes,
Oh,
definitely.
yes. Oh, yes. You're in.
But I look at all the people around me, and they're settling, like they're choosing to settle, and because the other looks too impossible, or because people are talking about, you need to do this, or you need to just like you said, pat their head. They're just patting their head. What would you say to someone who feels invisible, who feels unheard or unseen in that way, but they don't know what to do about it? What would you say to that person that is in that spot?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that there is absolutely nothing wrong with somebody retiring and taking it easy after a lifetime of hard work. And if there is contentment there and there's happiness in that choice, I'm saying 100% roll with that. But if you feel that little, that I feel like it's like an oyster with the piece of sand that becomes a pearl. If you've got that little piece of grit and it's niggling at you and you're not comfortable and you don't know what it is, and you know you're not done, but you don't know what to do next. It really, I think, first of all, being aware of it is the first step, because if you're not aware of it, then, and sometimes you got to slow down. I like you and I, Kim, we both say you got to slow down to speed up. Sometimes you got to slow down and listen to yourself. I talk about midlife reinvention, but it's not about changing yourself. It's about changing how you think about yourself. It's about changing how you think about what you're capable of, and not settling for the story that it's all downhill from here, but being open and curious about what you want. Keep asking yourself, what do I want? What do I want? What do I want now? What do I want today? Might not be the same as it was yesterday, you know? But there's something inside all of us, I think, that is always going to want more. And I don't think that's a bad thing. There's going to always be a little bit of discontent in there. And I think that's how we evolve. I think that's the opportunity in midlife or beyond. It's never too late. Like if you've got that feeling, then there's more for you to do. Then all you need to do is take a baby step. Do some research. Oh, that might be fun. Could that be it? Let me read about that. If you see somebody that you feel a little jealous of, a little envious, and you see what they're doing and you think, oh, wow, well, and look at yourself at that point and go, what is it that you're seeing about them do you wish you were doing that? How did they do it? What are they doing to make that happen? Start taking those steps, you know?
I love that, Yvonne, and I think it tells me that we've got that opportunity to think about, what do we want to do? What are our options? What are the possibilities? And not to write ourselves off at any stage, because anything is possible. And I do believe that people have that opportunity to embrace, what they actually want to do. What does that look like, and how can I achieve it, rather than, some of the opposites of, well, no, I can't, and oh well, I missed out on that, so that's a bummer type of thing, as opposed to that positive spin that you bring to us, which is so fantastic. Of why not? Why not?
Why not, right? And if not now, when? If not now, when?
All I
Start.
can think about is the hope going out. Like you're just throwing hope out everywhere.
And I'll say this too. One of the reasons I don't ever see myself retiring is because I am not set up to retire financially, not ready. But here's the thing, I don't want to retire. I want to work until I drop, as long as, and here's the trick, as long as I'm doing something I love and I am so determined to figure that out. And I'm healthy right now. I have energy, and why not? And why not start today? Why not do all the little baby steps? So I'm constantly looking for how I can push myself past my comfort zone, because that's where growth is. If we can just keep getting a little uncomfortable and leaning into that little piece of grit that's there and going, okay, how this is uncomfortable. It's not fun being uncomfortable. I'm just going to say that. It's not easy. It's being uncomfortable is uncomfortable by nature. But you have to then go, okay, am I pushing myself towards something I want? Then that's discomfort that's worth it. You know? That's like good discomfort. If the discomfort is like, oh, oh, well, that's not for me. I missed that. That's a discomfort that has no hope in it.
And we're hope dealers.
Right on.
So I want anyone who is listening who is not connected with Yvonne yet, please connect with our Yvonne Marchese. LateBloomerLiving.com. She is the midlife uprising girl. Like, I'm going to say that. That is the community we belong to. And so thankful you have a space for us to be where we can fight those things. We can not settle. We can move on and do what we want at this age. So thank you so much, Yvonne.
I want to thank both of you, because you have both been guiding lights for me in showing me how to keep going day to day, how to get out of my own way, how to you just constantly inspire me and give me real tactics and strategies to try to get to where I want to get next. And I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. That's
Thank you so much, Yvonne. And I'm gonna take you off the stage quickly before I cry and I have mascara running down my face. How's that? Love you.
Love you.
Oh my goodness, Carrie. What in the world are we gonna do with our Yvonne?
we're going to love her as we love everybody else, Kim, because she is fantastic. She is just so incredible and amazing, and such an inspiration. So, yeah.
I'm very grateful for what she, like, all the roles she plays in our lives. So she's thanking us and we're thanking her. It's all good. That's what it is. So, Carrie, we have some spicy coming up.
Spicy, hot, spicy.
Yeah, I think she's a hottie. I think that's what
Mm-hmm.
it is.
Mm-hmm. I think so too, Kim. And we are going to welcome our next speaker to the stage. Melissa Botoff-Airy lost her son, Alex, to suicide in August of 2016 and found herself completely shattered. Now, having picked up her own pieces, she leads other grievers from hope into healing. She does this by hosting meaningful conversations on her podcast, providing mindful resources as an author, and leading weekly online support groups for mums who've lost their child to suicide. We would love to welcome to the stage our Melissa. Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
See, I wasn't playing. She's a hottie.
Yvonne's going to be a hard act to follow.
I think you can hold your own, ma'am. I have to say, you are someone who is a daily hope dealer. You are someone who brings hope to so many people that a lot of us can't reach. Melissa. I just want to say that out loud. I want to thank you for what you're doing in this world. And I would love to ask you the question. Let's just get it right out of the gate. What does hope mean to you?
Well, I'm going to start, I can hear better with only one. Just like salt, y'all, just over the shoulder. I'm going to start the way I think I do with a lot of things like this, which is like in my mind defining it, because I even looked up hope recently in the dictionary like I do a lot, and I thought it was really interesting because in the newer Webster version it talks about hope as a feeling of desire or a desire, an expectation, which in today's world there's a lot of people with expectations for things. But I was really more drawn to what they call the archaic or the old definition, which is a feeling of trust. And I thought to myself, hope really is a feeling of trust for me, or a belief that it's going to get better. So it's like a bridge. To me, hope is a bridge to healing, because we can't live in hope. Hope isn't a place where we can stay, but it is something that can light the pathway. So it reminds us, I think, what hope does is takes us from that basic place of survival or trauma or trial that we are, and it reminds us of the reasons that we have to choose to take action to move forward and heal. That's what hope is for me.
You bring up something really good, because when I needed hope so badly, I thought it was a one-time thing at the time. And then I started recognizing we all need hope throughout our lifetime. And we can't live in that hope is a great statement, because we need hope for something different, or we need hope for something else. And I love the old definition versus the new one, because for me, that was, I had to trust I was going to survive the loss of my child. And, we share a lot of the same kind of loss. Yours is different, mine is different, everyone's is a little different. But Melissa, I think you are such an inspiration to all the moms in particular out there who have gone through something so traumatic that we need a new dose of hope often for the next step and the next step and the next step. And I have to say, you have made my life better by being in it. And I know there's lots of mamas out there that feel the same way.
Thanks. It's just what I feel led to do at this point. I was so lost for the better part of the first 3 years after losing my son. And I think that there's easier ways to do things. I think there are people that can come alongside of us and remind us that we don't have to feel alone. This is super lonely, but you don't have to be alone. And I think so many of us feel so alone when you lose a child or when you're dealing with something traumatic, that most of the people around you don't have any idea what to do with, let alone how to, deal with you. And so being able to come alongside somebody and say, I know what you're going through is just really powerful for me.
Would you speak to those out there that are going through something? This conference is something that it means a lot to me, because I know around the holidays it's hard. And I feel like you inspire so many people. I would love for you to speak to anyone who is going through that loss right now, or going through the cycle of that loss where they're missing their loved one at the holidays. Would you speak to them?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the most important thing to do, especially when you think about the holidays, or I'll just call them the hard times, because that's, whether it's the birthday or the anniversary of a death or a diagnosis anniversary, or the things that are really the dates that we anticipate being hard in the holidays, are one of those times. The thing that we can do the most, and I know I sound like a broken record, but is to give yourself a lot of space and grace, and then give yourself some more. Because what we have to realize is that I'll just speak from my loss. Something as shattering that you and I experienced as losing a child, or people that face a terminal diagnosis, or these things that are just earth shattering, they completely change our world. And so to think that we could go into something like the holidays and have it look the same on any level just isn't true. And so I tell people not to take their expectation level way down and try to avoid a lot of expectation in general. Try to be as forgiving as you can. Try to be communicative only with the people that really matter in your inner circle, and come up with something that feels okay for today. And I've built a lot of flexibility even now. August was 6 years, which feels at times, when I say it out loud, like a long time ago, but it still at the same time always feels like just yesterday. And so even now, I give myself the flexibility to change my plans if I need to. I try to never set something up that's so heavy that I'm afraid it won't be doable, because I can always default and go back to something. If the day arrives, whatever it is, or the moment, and you want to do more, you can always take on more. But, you know, I'll kind of give it the analogy as a retired chef. I always default to food for my analogies, but I always tell people add things a little bit at a time, because you can always add more. You can't take it out. Like salt, for example. Don't the whole salt shaker because you can always add more. So the same thing goes for when you're trying to take care of yourself during a difficult time. Sprinkle little bits in and see how it sits with you, see how it feels, see how, it seems. And then if you want to add more, you can. And there's no pressure. And I'll borrow a phrase of a friend of mine that says, don't give yourself any unnecessary pressure. I think that's really important at times like this. No unnecessary pressure and lots of grace and space.
I want you to know that during the very first opening of this conference yesterday, I quoted you with your space and grace, because that is exactly, any kind of struggle we're going through. It really, whatever kind of struggle, if we give ourselves space and the grace to get through it, it's so much less pressure.
Absolutely.
And I didn't have someone at the time that was telling me that. In a few days, it'll be 21 years for me. And it does seem like yesterday. And I look at you and I think you live in this space of helping other mamas. You live in this space because you didn't find the help you needed when you were going through it. I just look around and I want to flip this for a second, because you have such wisdom to share. If someone knows that someone is going through a hard time, a lot of times they don't say anything because they're afraid of what they're going to say is wrong. Can you speak to those people as well? Because, I know there's lots of people in my life I care deeply about. Sometimes I just don't know what to say.
Oh, thank you for asking me to speak to that, because it's huge. It's something that is even a passion of mine, to try to get something out there in the world that's going to help people come alongside of, specifically in my case, grievers, because especially suicide loss, people don't know what to say. And especially child loss, people don't know what to say. And even years later, I've heard from people that I haven't talked to for years say, I just didn't know what to say, or I was afraid I was going to upset you more and I didn't want to do that. They say things like that, which my advice to them is the best thing you can do is just say or do something. I would rather somebody say or do the wrong thing. I mean, within reason. Obviously, I mean, not super wrong or super bad, but I'd rather somebody say something that isn't quite right than to say nothing at all, because remember, that goes back to me saying how very alone you feel, because suddenly you're in a club that never in a million years would you have imagined you were going to be in. Thankfully, most of the people are not in that club. So now you have to go, already in the most alone, uncomfortable place you've ever been in your life. And there's nobody probably that's in this same situation. So that means going outside of your circle, which in the best of circumstances can be hard for us to do. So to try to go outside your circle and find a support community and people to talk to when is really hard. So if you know somebody who's struggling or grieving or has experienced a big loss, even just stopping by their house, probably not staying, they probably don't want to entertain, but stopping by and taking a book, a card, a cup of coffee if they like coffee. Yeah, taking something to them, to just say, hey, I'm here. I don't know what to say is a really good thing to say. I wish I had the right words. It's okay to say, this is absolutely horrible and I wish I could help, or I wish I could do something to make this better, because the reality is the worst things you can do is try to pretend they're going to get over it, or it doesn't, somehow try to brush by it and hope that you can paint sunshine on it. Sitting with somebody in their hard places, sometimes with less words, not more, is the most powerful thing you can do for somebody. Well, go watch a movie with them. Even if that means you bring the extra box of tissues and say, okay,
Yes.
what movie do you want to watch? I will sit with you because I don't know what else to do and I love you.
I've had I guess, unfortunate opportunity is probably the right way to say it, to sit with a lot of parents who didn't know what to do. And honestly, I think the most thank yous I've ever gotten for all of those incidents was when I just went and didn't say anything. I'm just here. I want to hear the stories, or I want to hear. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand is when you lose somebody, you're afraid they're going to be forgotten. And I think that that is a huge part of a gift you can give to someone who's grieving, is have them, if they're able, to tell the stories, because those memories, I think whenever I was going through the beginning of it, years ago, that was one of the things that I believe helped me. We were able to celebrate the life and not just the loss. And I think that's a huge deal.
It really is. It really, really is, because so many people are afraid that if they just say their name or bring them up, that somehow that's going to diminish you into a pile of tears. And one, it might.
It might.
But what I'm going to tell you is that's not necessarily bad. Um, I live in a world where I think all of our emotions are valid. And I think it's funny how we, in our society, want to hide and turn away from somebody who's upset or has a tear coming to their eye or wants to cry, when we readily engage with them when they're laughing. You can't have sadness without happiness and vice versa. And they're all very valid human emotions. And so I think, it might make them cry, but guess what? They're going to cry anyway. So it's okay. And so all crying is, especially in grief, is your expression of love for that person. And there's nothing a mom wants more than to talk about their child, period. Yeah. So I love that you have done that. And I think it's a really powerful tool.
So, speaking of tools, ma'am, I am going to go there. Um, you have a beautiful survival guide. Would you speak to that for a minute? This, Hope to Hope has nothing to do with selling, but your survival guide is truly a tool of hope. It is truly that.
Yeah, at least it's the first step. Um, I since I've started all of this with the leftover pieces, I've always looked at, I started after my third year. I was close to 4 years in before I started all of this. And I was able to look back and see that those first 3 years were very instrumental in where I was going from there. I really kind of crossed over to this different place after around my third year. And so I was able to go back and really kind of break those down. And it's not a stages thing because there isn't anything linear about grief. It's like a scribble, right? It goes all over the place. But I really could look back and see that I had gone from a place of just surviving, of survival, which is what the guide's meant for. It's meant for those early days, weeks, and months. And then I was able to go towards hope and then from there on into healing. So when I started this after the podcast and everything, and this became, I just knew I had to put something out there that was easy and simple and relevant and helpful to moms, dads, and families at the time of their suicide loss, because it's just still so very hard to find the places that we need to go, the resources that we need to find. And there are so many answers being searched for after a suicide loss. It's extra complicated. There's extra questions and guilt. And so that's why I wrote the survival guide, was I wanted to give people those resources from the time of loss to start to be able to find the places to survive after the loss by suicide. And it's, I have a goal, hopefully, of getting this into funeral homes. And that was something that came about this year because it's great if people go online, but first of all, we grievers don't have that bandwidth. And I think the idea came to me when earlier this year, and the book came out a year ago. Mm-hmm. So it was after it was out for a while, and I came upon some stuff from Alex's funeral, and this little pamphlet fell out. And it was in pristine condition because guess what? I had never cracked it. It was tiny and little and put out by an association, probably as a check mark on a box of community awareness. And the words were so small that even with a magnifying glass, I don't think I can see them. And even when I found it at 5 years later, I didn't read it because it wasn't relevant. So people needed something that they could put in their hands and actually find a place to survive. Mm-hmm. And then, ironically enough, sitting here in Hope to Hope, as we speak, I'm working on my second series, which is the Hope series. So I have the survival guide and the journal, but I'm now working on the Hope guide and the Hope journal, and then it'll be followed by the healing series, because I want to be able to walk people through these 3 steps the best that I can. I don't have a magic wand or anything to fix it, but we can somehow make it easier. And I still feel like not being alone is a big part of that. And there's lots of those resources available in that guide. So that's why I did that. And I have to say, I know you brought up the book, but I just happened to look, and yesterday was my 2-year anniversary of my podcast. I was like, I didn't even know. I should have had that on the calendar somewhere. But yeah, I didn't even know. 2 years ago yesterday, the podcast launched, and now we're 4 seasons and 95, I think, episodes in, and almost 50,000 downloads. And I thought, how in the heck did that many years go, a couple of years go by? But it all started there with the podcast. So I thought it was appropriate to say the podcast is where it started, and then everything's from there.
So I want you to speak a little bit to the podcast, because the podcast is not even just for moms. Like, your groups are for moms. But speak to because you do 2 different kinds of episodes. You have interviews, and then you have solo episodes where you go down the rabbit hole, as you call it. I would love I would love for you to share. And we've had this conversation, so I want everyone watching to understand when we smile about these things or we kind of giggle about these things, it's not from the topic, it's from the impact. Because Melissa is making such an impact. She's in the top percentile of, podcasters. She's got an amazing, huge audience that she actually wishes didn't have to be. That's the thing that makes it different. But when we seem to maybe act a little inappropriate when we're talking about the loss of our children, I want everyone to know we also were celebrating that we can make an impact along the way. So I know this is hard for you to talk about, Melissa, and I want you to be able to just speak about the podcast. Like, why would someone tune in and who's it for?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, and thanks for what you just said, because that is a double-edged sword, or I often call it duality of this kind of thing. Because I mean, you also wouldn't want to see me sitting on here just falling apart either. There's that other side of it, right? It's a difficult thing to navigate and to walk. I mean, even when I see the gals every Monday in my support group, or when I have a first Monday and it's new people that come in, and I say, welcome. I usually say, this isn't the place I'd like to welcome you to, but just know that you have a space here, and that, we have open arms for you. So it's that same kind of thing that you were just talking about. And you're right. The podcast is, I do 2 types of episodes. I do conversations, not quite the same as an interview, because I really want to just have open conversations where we stay consistent and persistent about talking about suicide loss and grief and stigma and all the things around it. So I bring on other loss survivors. I bring on experts that are aligned with the suicide loss space, and or healers of sorts, that are people that are experts in helping people heal from trauma and traumatic loss. And so in that realm, the podcast is and will always be this, at least this podcast will always be for anybody that has experienced a suicide loss or knows someone that has. And the same for my resource page on my website. That is for everybody as well. I try to continually put as many resources as I can for siblings and spouses and children that have lost parents, and not just, but you're right, Mike, because my community is for moms. I like to make sure I highlight that is not necessarily the case with the podcast. And so, yeah, I alternate. Those episodes, or the conversations, are usually a little longer. And then I have the 20-ish minute episodes that are the down the rabbit hole. And it really is just me talking about my experiences in this journey and things that I think that people will possibly be able to glean something from. And I always tell people, take what serves you here and leave the rest, because there's no way I have all the answers, nor do one of my guests. But if they can take one thing from it, that might be valuable.
Well, I am so grateful that you're brave enough and courageous enough to share your story, because I believe we all have been touched in one way or another by that kind of a loss, even if it's someone we know, like you said. And the fact that we can send them to you and send them to the leftover pieces, which is your podcast. I think that is important. Um, and I know everybody can go to your website to connect with you, and it is theleftoverpieces.com. And this is an amazing book. I'm gonna just give you even more of a shout out about this, Melissa, because you put your heart in this, and you have a phrase that you use about it, that it's lonely, but that people don't have to be alone. And I feel like you are living proof that you're not just talking. A lot of people talk about it, but you are literally changing how people look at it and how people, can survive it. So I just want to personally say thank you for all that you're doing.
Well, thank you for everything you do. I honestly, Carrie and you and this whole community, I feel like I wouldn't be where I am without you. And it truly is a testament to figuring out how to not be alone, because it's doing anything alone is hard. And boy, you guys have really been instrumental in me feeling courageous enough to step forward into some of these things um, since starting the podcast and meeting you all. So thank you so much.
Thank you for saying that, Melissa. Carrie, I'm sorry. I just like talked away and didn't even like give you an opportunity.
It is completely fine and absolutely I'm just in awe of you, Melissa, and everything that you're doing and how many people you are helping, because this has got to be probably one of, if not the hardest spaces to, the hardest pond to swim in. And you do it so well. And we're always here to support you and everything that you're doing. And we appreciate you coming to Hope to be a hope dealer.
Well, I can't think of anything more important to be than be a hope dealer. So proud to be here.
Thank you. And we love you.
Love you too.
Love you.
Thank you so much. I I don't know, Carrie. I have to say, our sweet Melissa, she melts me every time, and we may laugh at times when people are thinking, that we shouldn't be, or we may cry at times when people think we shouldn't be, but that's part of the process. And I feel like she just has done so much for so many people that we just have to give her like kudos because it's hard. It's hard.
Absolutely. And I think it's a package deal. Like if you've got, all those emotions, how do you even begin to control that? I can't even comprehend that. And definitely, with the laughter and the tears, combining them all together, and sometimes just moments of being delirious, that is such a thing that we have to sometimes deal with as humans. And I think the more empathy we can have for others and their situation, and just support anyone as much as we can.
Well, I want to move on to our next guest because we can see him getting ready and we're getting ready for him. I'm so excited. Would you like to introduce him, Carrie?
I would love to. Thank you, Kim. We are going to welcome our next speaker to the stage. Adam Hoots began his career in the construction industry as a plumber's helper and then as a red line architect's helper while attending the University of South Florida. Over the past 20 years, he has steadily advanced his career and and has held a variety of roles within the industry. Adam has successfully completed more than $1.5 billion in pre-construction and construction services for a diverse group of industries. Most projects have been in the life science and high-tech laboratory construction for clients. Adam is a highly technical builder and he excels in efficiency, action, visual communication, and continuous improvement using lean principles. As an avid, lifelong learner, Adam has earned numerous credentials. Adam is passionate about elevating and empowering the construction industry partners and those around him. He works hard to drive respect to our skilled craft professionals and intentionally creates environments where capability is that right? Yes, capability development and innovation are encouraged. There's hard words in here, Adam. Let me just say that. And he serves on several community boards as well. So we would love to welcome to the stage Adam Hoots. Hello.
Oh, you're on mute, Adam.
2020, it's 2022. You would think somebody has figured out mute by now, huh? That was way too many words, Miss Carrie. I so apologize. Yeah.
Mate, I cut it down. Would you believe that I actually cut it down as well?
Good for you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut it down before I send it out. I'm just an old construction guy who is out apparently dealing some hope now, is what I'm looking forward to in this conversation, and just blown away by Melissa before and her experiences and the vulnerability there, and just this whole program and platform. I'm so happy to be here and excited for what we got going on.
Well, I have to confess something. I have to do a princess confession right out of the gate.
Uh-oh.
I was so excited when you said yes, I couldn't stand it.
That's awesome.
I know you have lots of hope to hand out. I know you have been through lots of things in your lifetime, and I would love to kick us off by asking, what does hope mean to you?
What a good question. So hope to me is having a vision, having being able to see kind of what you want to happen, and then kind of manifesting that into reality. I think hope, it's kind of this feeling of, or like an expectation of what you want to have, or what the world needs, and so I think there are communities that need hope spread within them, whether that's can be a demographic type thing, it could be a sexuality type thing. I think there's hope that can certainly be spread throughout this world, and we're lacking it quite a bit right now.
So, will you share with us something, and you get to pick, but would you share with us a time you needed hope and how you got through it to find hope?
Certainly, yeah. So how about 6 months ago? I was in a hospital bed, laying there, with not a whole lot to do, and my kidneys failing on me, with tubes hanging out of me, taking my blood, cycling it through, filtering it out, putting it back in me, and that was a time in my life where I needed a ton of hope. And um, there were other times I've been through a kidney transplant. That was a time, again, kind of more medical side for me, of, hey, hope could really inspire me to continue to live, right? Like if, I'm laying in the bed and my body is failing me, I need those around me to be as hopeful and planting the most positive ideas into my head as I possibly can. And because I'm a firm believer that mindset certainly has to enter this equation while we're talking about hope, and kind of what those expectations are for the future. And so, again, I can't. I think a lot of it relies on the community around you to really help to spread that hope.
I'm sorry, I think I lost you for a second, Adam. Was it just me, Carrie?
No, I thought we did too. We just
Okay.
cut off at the end there, I think.
Yeah.
I hope that
Will you
doesn't
say the
happen.
last couple of sentences?
I hope that doesn't happen anymore. Uh,
We hope not too.
Really, again, it's just about having the right community, the right people around you to support and spread hope to the world. I mean, that's what it's all about. Because hope can really change somebody's mindset from, a thought to a word to an action. Hope is really the driver of all of that. So,
I know I have been in places, Adam, where I didn't have a community around me, and I didn't know, like, I didn't even know how to find one. What did you do to find a community to support you? Because I know that you have some pretty powerful people that you hang out with and have conversations often with. But I love the way they support you, and I love the way you support them. How did you come, how did you come to that place? If somebody's listening and they don't have that support, how do they find it?
yeah, you got to put yourself out there, right? Like you'll never know where that community is unless you go out there and, as I like to say, pick up the shovel. Like if you're going to move that pile of dirt over there, you got to actually pick up the shovel first. And so that first action is really putting yourself out there. It's having the confidence in yourself to be able to go out and say, I'm going to meet some like-minded people. I know that I bring a certain value to this conversation, and I'm interested to understand what value somebody else brings to the conversation, because no matter the conversation, somebody can add value, and no matter their position in this world. And so, um, I think that's really, again, the first steps. If you really want to start, um, just take that first action, put yourself out there, maybe be a little vulnerable, set yourself up for failure, maybe. And when you fail, because you will, like, embrace that, right? And use that to shape your definition of hope moving forward. And I think eventually you're able to build and expand on that definition, but you've got to understand what it is first. So, take some action. Like I said, pick up the shovel, right? If you're going to dig the hole, the first step is to pick up the shovel and put yourself out there, and find the people that you want to be around.
And Adam, I love that you added the word failure into that, because it happens to all of us. Anyone that's gone through life and hasn't had something go wrong and have that failure happen to them. I love that inspiration that you bring and that hope that you bring to the conversation of, don't give up there. That's not the end. There are other options. And just because something doesn't work out doesn't mean we can't try again.
Absolutely, that's how we learn, right? Experimentation is everything. When you run into a wall, you got to ask yourself why that wall exists, and how do I get through that wall? Maybe I have to run harder next time, or maybe I have to jump higher next time. Like, what am I going to do different to experiment with? And um, yeah, I think, from my perspective in construction, right? It's empowering the folks doing the work. It's, hey, you're right here. Your hands are closest. Like, you are the closest to the work. Why would I not trust your opinion and value your thoughts and how you're handling? You don't want to make your job any harder. So, yeah, I love that point, Miss Carrie.
I have to giggle, Adam, because one of my goals for this year was to become a better leader. And I think I've shared that with you before. And I really believe you were sent for that reason. Because towards the beginning of this year, we had a conversation. Carrie was there, Jess was there, Jen was there. We were having a conversation, and you sent me a video about a different kind of leader. And honestly, I had never seen anything that demonstrated what I was trying to live. And when you sent that, it reaffirmed and encouraged me. You don't know how much hope you sent me, because I wasn't sure how to pick up the shovel and becoming a better leader. I just put it out there that that's one of the goals I had for this year. And I think because of you, I got to find a shovel to pick up so that I could figure that out.
That's amazing. You're not going to ask me to dance, though, are you?
And
No.
no, you're so
Hallelujah.
funny.
Well, that's awesome. That's amazing, and thank you for that, because I think that's a perfect example of, you never know when something you say or send might actually deliver hope to somebody. And so, never in a million years would I ever had thought that you would bring that up in this conversation, because that was something that was like so far from my mind at this current moment. But again, what an awesome example of, hey, just this is something I did that actually brought hope to your life. That's a pretty cool compliment. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. And I have to say the video probably got lots more views because I sent it to everybody. Like, it was like, look at this. Look at this. And so our whole team got it. Like, everybody, all of our leaders got it. It was important.
Yeah, absolutely. Every leader needs a what? A follower, right? You can't be a leader if you don't have any followers. So, yeah, I'm full of useless knowledge like that, Dr. Princess Kim White. Whatever you need, I'm here for you, gal.
Well, and you know what? I'm going to tell you one of the reasons that video meant so much to me is because I want leaders. I want leaders around me, not followers. And I think that's a big thing. I think that was the thing that you and I were in that conversation. And it just like, to me, that's a sweet spot when you're with other leaders. And I feel like you are a leader. And, even in your bio, you had that big fat number of how much money you've influenced. But how many people are tied to that amount of money? Like, that's a lot of people.
Oh yeah, tens of thousands, easy. I think you bring up a really good point when you talk about leadership and hope, right? When you want a community of leaders around you, because they're likely to bring the hope card with them. They're likely to bring an optimistic perspective. Hey, we can accomplish anything. We're going to get it done and make it happen. I think that's a community that I certainly thrive to be in too. So again, and everybody on here has been exactly that. I've been just blown away. So thank you for putting this together. This is quite amazing.
Aw, thank you for saying yes, Adam.
You always say yes to Dr. Princess Kim White. That's what I heard.
Thank you for that. I'm just curious if somebody's listening and they're like wanting to be a better leader, maybe, or they're wanting to do something and maybe they're connected already to the construction industry. How can they get somebody like you in their community? Because I think it's a big deal to have you. I love that, like, I know you, and I think everybody needs to know you.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's finding someone that's going to create an environment of learning and enjoyment and just happy to be around. Like, you don't want to be around somebody that's just like an Eeyore, as I call them. And so I think the lean construction community is a fantastic place to start. There's a lot of open-minded people, growth mindset, we call it, from Miss Carol Dweck. Um, the Jennifer and Jesse, the No BS tribe, like all the stuff that's going on there. Yeah, you got their book. You better have their book. Yeah, Lean in Love. It's an amazing book.
I was looking quick.
But yeah, I think that's the community that you're going to find really selfless givers who just want to make the construction industry better, because currently it's a shame, some of the working conditions that our people have to deal with. And I heard you speaking of mental health and deaths by suicide earlier, and I'll tell you, the construction industry is 3 times any other industry in rates of suicide in the United States. And you're 5 times more likely to die via your own hands than any other hazard on a construction site. And that's terrifying. And so we've got to do something about that. It's unacceptable. And again, it starts with things like this and building those communities and finding the right leaders who are going to stand up in the moment and say, when they see something wrong, they say it's wrong. You call it, if it's wrong, it's wrong. Or you empower other people to speak up, like we mentioned earlier, and you give them that hope. And that's the expectation, is that you bring hope to our conversation every single time, even when you tell me that the building just fell down. But I hope we can build it back in a few weeks, right? Like that. So things are going to happen. It's how are we responding to it? But yeah, I think the lean construction community, certainly if you're looking for leadership, if you're trying to develop to become a leader, it's all internal first, right? It all starts with me and my perspective. And then once I get myself in good order, then we can start looking external. But most folks don't pick up that first step of it's in here.
So I'm curious, Adam, because you bring up something really important about the inside giants versus the outside giants.
Hmm.
Like we battle the inside giants way more than we ever have to do the out ones, but we look at the outside ones most of the time. Like it's true. If somebody is battling, because I know you've gone through so much, and you have influenced so many people. What would you say to someone who is not sure how to start, like, even getting that right on the inside? What would you say to them? What kind of hope would you deal to them?
I would say what you looking for here. So if you're saying they're having troubles on the inside, trying to get things polished inside, I would say pick up the shovel. Like that's the thing. Like what does your workspace look like? Right? Are you able to think? I love your concept of do you have coffee with yourself? Right? Do you are you able to journal? Are you able to get your thoughts out there? Because what you think becomes what you say, which becomes what you do. And so, starting from that root, and then also, the other thing is like, don't take it all at once. We talk about small J improvements and making sure that we can see our improvements, and because that gives us some encouragement. You talk about 1% better and that compound interest of continuing to improve. And I guess those are the things that, if you're trying to really sweep up the inside, I think but again, that takes deep pondering and like being able to call yourself out and say, you really suck at this, Adam. Like, you really need to invest some time and energy into X. And for my case, it's like A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. But I think it's super important to just recognize that and, um, again, take action, right? Jesse Hernandez on yesterday, his idea to action gap is like so impressive and something that I think, again, you might fail, but die trying, baby. Like, go after it.
And you're not allowed to talk bad about my friend over there, just saying. So, and I'm talking about you.
I know, I'm with you. We all got lots to improve, right?
Carrie's with me on that one. I am positive.
Absolutely.
You got my back, Miss Carrie. Okay.
Absolutely. We're almost wearing the same top, so I would have to.
Amen.
I love it. Well, Adam, I think you spoke to something, and I need the kindergarten version because, I'm a kindergarten princess. Can
Got it.
you give the kindergarten version of the 1%? Because that is a very impactful way to look at things. But would you give the kindergarten version of that?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to. So, today I went to kindergarten and it was story time. And so I went over there and I was so excited about the story. I just couldn't shut my mouth. And I just talked the whole time while the story was going on. And my teacher got so mad at me and they wrote my name on the board and da da da. The next day I came in and I only talked just a little bit. Like, I still talked quite a bit, but it wasn't nearly as much. I actually heard some of the story. The next day, I came in and I stood there and I actually didn't talk at all, and I just kind of listened. And then the next day, like, I came into school and my teacher's there and it's story time, and I actually went over there and kind of kneeled down a little bit and I listened to the story, right? And then the following day, I came in and I just like kind of sat down and I was just like listening to the story, and then the last day of school, I actually went in and I actually did the whole Indian cross my legs and I sat there and I paid attention to the story just like a good little kid would, right? And so I improved just a little bit each day, right? I was able to not the expectation of the teacher wasn't for me to go from like this talkative kid that loves to talk while you're talking a story all the way to this like mesmerized kid, right? It was, hey, let's go baby steps. Like, maybe just talk like for 30 seconds less, and then maybe like another 30 seconds less, and then maybe don't talk at all. Like, do you think you could do that? Or let's talk like right beforehand, right? And so, and then maybe you can sit down and get improvement and then look all the way in. And so it's like, again, it's the proverbial elephant, right? Don't eat it all at once. I think it's important because, especially with some of the things that we get into as far as spreading, it's the same thing with hope, right? Like, you don't want to dive in over the top with all this hope and somebody's going to be like the overburden of hope, but you want to kind of like, hey, here's a little bit of hope. Like the hope dealer, right? Like, hey, I got this new hope in. Like, try a little bit of this hope. Like, oh, they don't like that one. How about this hope? And like, you learn from what hope they accept and what vision that really plants in their head, and you're able to customize the delivery of that to really, really make an impact on somebody's life.
I
Sorry,
love
I
it.
went a little hope dealer crazy on you there.
I expect nothing less of you. That's why I asked.
And I am sitting Indian style still, like just mesmerized by you two awesome hosts.
You are something else. I will tell you, Adam Hoots, that you are one special human. I think that, from the day that Carrie and I met you, we like really haven't stopped talking about you, just so you know. Well, no, it's true. I think whenever you meet somebody that is an amazing human, you know it.
Well, the feeling is very much mutual. Again, everything that y'all do and get into, and the change that I've seen you introduce into some of my really good best of friends has been unbelievable. I'm dying to work with you two. We got to figure something out, but that's on a whole nother level. So, uh, yes, it's just you guys are just a pleasure to be around, right? Like again, it's that environment that's being created when you get the right people, the right mixture of people together, and it's like it's a hopeful, optimistic, like the world is good and we're gonna make something of it type of an environment, and that's when people perform their best.
I agree, Adam. That's incredible in itself because we do need to surround ourselves with the right people that are going to support us, but those that we want to be like, those that actually inspire us as well as support us. So together, having this circle, whether it be small or large, it doesn't matter what size it is, having the right people in your circle makes a huge, huge difference.
Just keep them squares out of your circle now. You don't want any squares in there.
I will say though they are also the ones that tell you when you need to change something. I love that part. A lot of people run from that part, Adam, but I feel like that's another part of the hope that we bring to each other when we are honest and have those kind of conversations that make us better humans.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, we've all got cognitive bias and blind spots that we just can't see. And so hanging around those people that are like just going to hold you accountable and look at you. Like, I got some super good advice just this morning from somebody, and I don't know that they would have ever really felt empowered enough to tell me had I not opened that environment or created that environment. And this is life changing advice, like things that I just never thought about myself. And so, again, I think recognizing our blind spots, understanding like where does our ladder of inference, where does our pool of data come from, and being able to, as you know, some people say, step outside of the box to understand what is truly going on in any given situation is huge. Yeah, I love it, Miss Denise. You see what Miss Denise says here? What you think, because what becomes what you say becomes what you do. Amen, sister. Like that is it right there. Thoughts to words to actions all day long.
So you have to know something, another princess confession.
Uh-oh.
And Carrie confession as well.
I cannot read comments and do this, or I'll be reading comments and not know what you say.
Oh,
So
Mhm.
everybody in my world knows I can't do two things at one time, Adam.
well, I can try to help. So see, like shout out Denise. Like what an awesome comment though, right? And it's so true. And we manifest our thoughts from words to actions, and that's how things get done. People, that's the cheat code, as Mr. Jess calls it.
So tell me what you are doing these days, as in right now, to change the world, because I do believe you're a world changer, sir.
So I am doing quite a bit. I am the chairman of the Skilled Trades Alliance, which is a 501c3 organization. Our whole goal for existence is to help trade workers have as much pride in their career as they do in their work. So we put a lot of time into that. I'm learning more about systems thinking. I am coaching construction teams nationwide. I am tact planning for teams. I'm running boot camps for teams. What else am I doing? Holy cow! I've got Kidsney, the a nonprofit for a kidney transplant. I make these bracelets. I got to send you to some. You have to give me your address after this and your favorite color, and we're gonna hook you up. But um, yeah, we just spreading like this is how I love spreading hope through these two. Again, they're cross bracelets. I always turn the long end in the way we want the blessings to flow. And sometimes you need them, and sometimes you need to send them. And I've put so many of these out in the world that I'm a firm believer they're equaling each other out in some weird way. So would love to get your address and send you some, but that's me. National Kidney Foundation. I, again, have fought a lot of kidney stuff, coaching baseball teams, basketball teams. Man, I got my own podcast, The Lean Builder, Hoots on the Ground with No Bullshito. We're loving it, spreading lean manufacturing into the construction industry, and just a true respect for people, and the fact that every human being in this world matters and has value to add. And it's our job as leaders to really understand what each person's value is and to enable that to happen. So I'm sure I left something out, but I'm just here to serve. That's all.
I know one thing you left out, and I even gave you like the hint earlier. Influencing princesses should be on your list.
Fair, fair. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm also going to Clemson right now. I'm trying to get a master's degree in construction science and management. So I left that one out. That's pretty much a huge deal. So
So what do you do in your free time? Like,
I have a family actually, and so yeah, I am. I'm a father of three amazing kids, twin girls that are 16, an 11-year-old boy, and an awesome wife who just keeps me straight up in check. And yeah, life is busy but awesome and amazing.
shout out to the Hoots clan, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We're actually getting ready to get. She's got a bachelorette party tonight, and I've got a bachelor party tonight, and we're going to a wedding tomorrow. So yeah, it should be fun.
Do we need to have you stay with us longer to keep you out of trouble?
No, no, no. That's it. Yeah, I'm slacking this, Judy. Oh, you're giving me heck over here, gal.
Adam, thank you so much. If
Of course.
you're not already connected to Adam, I definitely want to make sure they know how to get to you, Adam. And that is constructionachesolutions.com.
Yep.
.com.
Construction is so full of aches and pains, and we've got some pretty simple solutions. So, yeah, that or LinkedIn is always a good place. Just search the name, you'll find me. But thank you for having me. This was amazing. I'm so impressed, and just again, I love the word hope, and I think this brings just so much joy to the world. And that was no pun intended because Christmas is right around the world. But again, I love what y'all are doing and love what you stand for, and I'm here to support you in any and every way.
Well, we love you, just so you know, and thank you for saying yes.
Always. You don't
Thank
say
you,
no
Adam.
to a princess.
Thank
I
you.
miss you.
Bye.
Oh my goodness, he's always so much fun. That is one thing for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 100%. Oh, wow.
Love him. And he tickles me because he lists off the things that he's doing, but if everybody understood what all that meant, they would be even more in awe because that's a lot. That is a lot of stuff he does.
Absolutely. And I felt like it was just all these little kind of mentions as if they're tiny little things. And I'm thinking of the hugeness of each of those pieces. I'm like, oh, hang on a second. Wait a minute. Does this guy sleep? I'm not sure.
Well, he is definitely someone who has influenced us, and he is definitely a leader. So we love our Adam Hoots. Thank you, Adam. So up next, we have someone else we love.
Oh, absolutely. Do we ever? Wow. All right, we are going to introduce the next speaker to the stage. Maureen Edwards is an award winning branding, marketing, and business strategist, as well as a 2 times award winning inventor. She is the founder of 8 Simple Steps, her 6th company she has built from conception to commercialization. What is with these big words? I don't even know. Maureen's mission is to take the hard out of entrepreneurship for at least one small business owner a day by implementing, no, cancel that, by eliminating the mistakes, fear, and complexity that derail success and sustainability. She is a frequent keynote speaker, podcast and TV guest, national instructor for small business organizations, and lead instructor. I need more coffee at universities and colleges. Maureen's motto is you don't need to know everything in business, only what works. Welcome to the stage, Maureen.
I am just giggling because Maureen, you take the heart out of business, but you're going to have to take the heart out of the big words.
I'm so sorry.
I already scrapped differentiation out of my vocabulary.
Oh, thank goodness.
But now commercialization is out too.
And we have to giggle because we spend a lot of time with Maureen, and Maureen is like, she uses these big words like they really are like just easy, and we're like, oh, okay, say that one more time. Let us do it slowly.
Well,
Love it.
I'm now talking like you guys, and very happy about that. So,
Well, we love that you joined us for Hope to Hope, Maureen. We think you are amazing, and we would love to hear what your definition of hope and what it means to you.
oh, hope is a mindset. You can either embrace the mindset, or you can say, I'm going to buck the system. And I have to be honest with you, I used to kind of be a little bit cynical and say, I think hope is a scam. And it's trying to scam you into believing something that's not real. Like, let's be a true realist. Until I had things happen to me where, what does it hurt? Does it hurt anybody or even myself to have that hope? If anything, what would we do without it? Right? So that cynicism, there's another big word, Carrie. that's gone. And I think that sometimes people are forced to become hopeful. They're forced to have faith. And that was my situation.
So I would love for you to share something, Maureen, if you're comfortable with it. I would love for you to share about a time you needed hope and you had to change that thinking about it and what you did to change it.
Well, I think, losing somebody very special in your life, tragically, you have to take a step back and have just a completely different perspective of why is all we ask. But I learned that sometimes the why is not revealed right away. And you hope for it to be. You get impatient for it. I need answers for things. And really what you have to have is hope that it will be revealed and you will have all the answers. And that things do really happen for a reason. I don't think there are any coincidences. I don't think that, I think everybody has been given their path. The roadmap has been set. And I don't think you can really change it. All you can do is just change how you deal with it, how you face it. And if you want to embrace hope and do it, and if that's what gets you through it, by all means.
Well, if somebody's listening to us right now and they have suffered the kind of loss that you have, and they are feeling that pain, what would you say to them right now? Like what would you give them hope about?
Sometimes it's very hard because not everybody can relate to what the other person is going through. And I think it's very important for us to not say, oh, I totally understand. I really understand what you're going through and I'm here for you. Unless you've been through it, you kind of really don't. And so I really find that people sometimes have a hard time helping others deal with tragedy. It's maybe too close to them, and they want so much to keep it at bay. Really, don't touch my door, right? I don't want to be in there. And so I always just have really forgiveness for them. You never know how people are going to react to situations that they don't understand. They don't know what they don't know. And people have certain abilities to handle things. Some people are not as strong as others. Some people don't have hope. Some people just cannot um, really see things for what they are and pull their own strength into the situation. And I just take a step back and say, you can't sometimes prevent what the universe is going to throw you. All you can do is say, I'm going to make a choice. I'm going to make a decision. Am I going to fall to my knees and not get back up? Or am I going to get back up and be able to inspire others and heal myself? It's your choice. And some people go one way, some people go the other. And I have a family. You have people in your life who rely on you. So
I know it's really important when we're going through something to look around us and see who's around us and make sure that we're like helping them as well. And I think you have like the things you have been through, that's part of what you've had to do is, help your family, help those in your community. But you have like endured some pretty major things. Can we talk about the fire really quickly?
Oh, can we talk about the fire? Well, literally 30 days after, a major loss that hits your family, you get hit with another loss. Like, you don't ask for these things. Like, you talk about, is it inflicted upon you or do you bring it on yourself? And when I look at things, I'm like, you must have had a lot of lessons to learn because things have been inflicted upon you and it's going to be up to you to figure out what to do with it. And so my house burned down 30 days later. I mean, the most important things, losing the most important things, which are these amazing memories that you have created over like 30 years worth of stuff. It's only stuff. Memories are in our head. The new memories can be created, and really, I haven't missed any of what we have lost. Like, I have 5 outfits. Not that I had collected a lot of stuff prior, but I have to tell you, 5 outfits go a long way. I you learn to live with things that you realize the other stuff just isn't important. And so, yes, I will say that I was hoping this would be a big week after like 16 months of rebuilding with delay after delay after delay. And no, Kim, we did not get our certificate of occupancy.
Oh no. We wanted to celebrate with you
I did
tonight. I'm
too.
so sorry.
I did too, but I kind of had that gut feeling. You know that I did. Listen to your gut. You know when it's going to happen, these things. And get ready. Like I was getting ready for my ability to respond to it. I kept my expectations low because I've had so many setbacks, right? So I was like, I don't have confidence that this is even going to go through because so many things haven't. We've had to take twist and turn and pivot, and I've had to make so many concessions and be so patient. And I think my life lesson is patience. I really, really do. I'm thrown just a lot of stuff that has required patience to see the results, patience to get the answers. Don't push so hard. And this was certainly probably my biggest. And so I set the bar low, and I knew when I got there today, the deck still wasn't done. And nobody called me to tell me we failed. It's like the contractor probably didn't want to melt down. He's like, I am not calling her. I am not telling her because I know what I'm going to get. And so I just sent him a text and I said, I just want to confirm that we didn't pass today. And he said, how did you know? Like, I said, I think you would have been calling me so I could open a bottle of champagne. Right?
Yes.
So I was somewhat, snippy or sarcastic, but I felt like I earned that. Like, right? So we didn't get it, but we had already moved stuff in because we couldn't control that. He did say that was okay as long as he didn't see a toothbrush, that we weren't really living there. I said, I don't even have beds. Like I have no mattresses. Where are we going to sleep, really? So we just moved a few storage units of stuff in that I have to put a house back together. And I will tell you that I will never replace what I lost, nor do I want to. So my entire house has been decorated from antique stores, vintage stores, and all Facebook Marketplace. Everything. And it's just been, highly curated, things that I love, things that, would strike, an emotion in me. And, but not much, right? And so there's nothing really brand new. It's other people's history that have come into my house. It's other people's memories and experiences. And I think there's just something to be said to kind of keep actually their traditions and their voice along. So for everybody out there, when you walk into my house, you can know that it didn't cost me much money to decorate this baby. It's pretty cheap.
Well, I have to tell you, Maureen, we did not have a tragedy as to why we downsized, but I can remember when we started to downsize how devastated I felt in the beginning of what if I want that back and I can't get it back, or what if I want that to show somebody, or I started taking pictures of things.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when I got on a roll and got past the first part of downsizing, I felt so much freedom. Now it's like, oh, well, we can give that away too. Like,
Yep.
there is something to be said about not having all the things. But I am sorry you didn't have a choice in the beginning. That's what I'm sorry. Like that you had that happen. And I remember when we first met, which I have to say, no one ever prayed for patience. That's the one thing I'm going to say. When we first met, you had said something about not being patient. And to hear you say that you've had to learn patience this way, I'm like,
The hard way, right? Usually children will give you, that lesson. You got to be patient because you've got other human beings who are on their own agenda. But I didn't learn it then. Like, really? I didn't. My husband says it is, I always say a strength taken to extreme becomes a weakness. Mm-hmm. Having no patience means that you can go ahead and get things done. You're like, I'm not seeing results. I'm going to dive into the intricacies of why this isn't happening fast enough for me. So there are some pluses in there. We don't sit idle, right? We want to make things happen. We are change makers, right? But when you take that to that extreme, it does become a detriment. And that's with anything out there.
Go
So
ahead, Carrie. Oh, I thought Carrie was going to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kim. I was waiting for you.
No.
Awkward live stream moment.
I know it. It's like, oh, that was awkward. Sorry. So, Maureen, I will say that you are very resilient. Like, you might call yourself impatient, but I also know you're extremely resilient. Going through all that you've gone through, and there are people out there that are going to go into the holidays struggling because this, for a lot of people, this time of year is a hard time. Is there anything that you could say to them that would give them hope that, things will be better and things will, like, they will get through some of those hard things?
I think sometimes when people are going through things, or there's been loss, or there's some type of crisis, there's something happening, sometimes they have they retreat, like they become isolated. It's like, my burden, I don't want to throw it on you. Or, you know what, people are over it. It's been 3 months, time to move on, right? They don't understand. So people don't continue talking and sharing. And I think you have to surround yourself with people who are that ear, are those people out there that can understand, that are willing to go ahead and say, it's okay, I'm here for you. But then on the flip side, you also have to be ready to go ahead and share it. You can't keep it bottled down. So be vulnerable at a very vulnerable time, because I've learned that people don't judge you as much as you think they are going to judge you. And that's wonderful, isn't it? That was another lesson, you know?
I think we a lot of times judge our own selves way worse than, like, other people even think about it. Like, I think that that's the truth. I know that there are some mean people in this world, obviously, but I think really most people are kind. Most people are maybe self-absorbed, but they care. When they know something's going on, they do care. So I think that that's a lesson for all of us to remember.
And you know what, Kim? If you are surrounded by people who don't have self awareness, or they are self absorbed, then maybe you're not with the right people. Find people who have those same values, the same ethics, who have the same thought process, and think the same way you do, because you will find them, and they will bring you joy. And they people who support you and give you hope. It's amazing how much faster you will get through what you are going through. And that's what I would say to people is, be authentic, be vulnerable, be transparent, that life isn't all a bed of roses. In fact, life will bring you to your knees. It's just up to you if you want to get back up. It's just the way it is.
Well, we love you being part of our community and the transparency that you, like, bring. That was one of my favorite things when we first met, is the fact that you are willing to be transparent, because most people want to put on a face
Mm-hmm.
and they want to pretend everything's okay when it's not. But they're afraid to be that. And when you share transparently about different things you've gone through, Maureen, you always make me so happy. Not that you've gone through them, but that you're willing to share it. Like, that you're willing to be a hope dealer, because I think our lives can be spent inspiring others. And I love that you desired to do that.
And I will say that if that's my way of giving back, to share that life isn't always that great, but you can find ways to move forward and find joy with what is happening. I think that's why I share it, because life has not been easy. I mean, it just isn't. And I want people to realize that it's okay. You can keep moving forward. You can. And I will be very honest with people that in my early days, there was this perfection aspect to me. And that's where the perfect world, it was always being conveyed. Even when things were behind the scenes, not, because I saw it as a sign of weakness, that other people, like you said, would judge me. And now I see it as a way of being able to give back to the other people who maybe are trying to put up that same perfection facade that will get them absolutely nowhere.
When you say that, Maureen, I giggle because I think anybody that is willing to share transparently, and we've talked about the difference between being vulnerable and being like dramatic, those are different. but,
Yes.
but when you share those things, I feel like that's such a sign of strength. Like in our heads, I realize we say that to ourselves that it's a weakness or we don't want to look like we're weak. But I have found, and maybe it's because I am 55 now, I have found that that is one of the signs of strength is to be able to share, not know all the answers, not be perfect, and human. Like just be human.
I think that's what people expect, because they know what's real and what isn't, and they're going through their own things. And I really do believe that if you're going to give hope to people, then you better walk it every day and say, if I'm going to give you hope, here's all this stuff that I went through. And I want you to have hope that you will get on the other side. You may not know when, right?
Good point.
You may not know when, but it's coming.
Yes.
So it's coming. So next week, all right, I'm going to have hope that I won't have this background any longer. That I will be in my new house with a background that gives me a little bit more joy than this very bland beige background that I've had for 16 months. And I have hope, but I'm also a realist, and it may not happen. So be patient.
It will happen. We just don't know when. I just heard you say it.
You are right. It will happen. We just be patient. It's coming.
No, I didn't say that because
Yes. It's coming, right? It is. It is coming. And I think I'm a little bit impatient about this because my daughter's event is in December, and I will only have just a few weeks to have this, amazing family event that, with COVID, so many people weren't able to get together. And then we weren't able to really entertain or get together or even be really up for doing any of that. And this wedding celebration is kind of just a culmination of years of trying to get through stuff. And so it's not just her union with her wonderful, wonderful husband, but it's really us kind of coming together, especially during a very difficult time, and celebrating. Yeah. So we're looking forward to that.
And Maureen, I have to add that I think if anyone can achieve all of these things at the right point in time, I think it's you, because your level of determination, you know how they have a survey of rate yourself 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest? Your determination is like 100. Like it's just off the charts and beyond, your average human in many different ways. Like you are, tenacious and like I said, determined. And I think this is so set in your sights. It is going to happen. And I think
Yes.
that is just a matter of when. So I think you're amazing, Maureen, and
Thank you.
thank you for everything that you've shared with us today. It's just been incredible.
Thank you, Carrie. And thank you, Kim, for having me. And hopefully, there's hope, right? Hopefully, that what this conversation, brings to somebody will make them realize that it will all be okay. It really
Well, if
will.
anyone hasn't connected with Maureen yet, be sure and go to 8simplesteps.net, 8 as in the number, simplesteps.net, and connect with Maureen. Make sure that you get to know her more and see hopefully the pictures of the house.
No, there aren't any yet, but I will be sharing. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Maureen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for putting this on, because I think this is such an amazing and valuable type of community outreach, because that's really what you're doing. So thank you. And I'm glad I was part of it.
Thank you for saying yes.
All right.
We love you and
Love
thank
you.
Love you too.
you. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my goodness, Carrie.
Yep.
Is it not amazing to have amazing humans in our community and in our circle? And
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it's just
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I meant every word that I said there. I seriously do rate Maureen 100 on the scale, on all the scales, because she is just so determined, and I know it's going to happen. I know. And I don't know, maybe I'm starting to like get too much hope in me from this amazing event, but you know what? I think it's worth it.
never too much, Carrie. Never too much.
Good. Good. Fill that sucker up. Yes.
We do want to speak to everyone for just a second. We are going to take a short break, about 5 minutes. We'll be back. Part of it has audio and part of it doesn't. So if you're not hearing audio, don't think anything about it. It's just the way that we had to set it up so we could stream. So we are going to take a short break. I don't know about you, Carrie, but I need water desperately.
Yes.
So I think we've been talking a lot, is what I
Yes.
think. So we will see you all in about 5 minutes.
We'll be back.
When my 13-year-old son passed away 2 days after Thanksgiving in 2001, I went into shock. As the sun rose over the trees the next morning, I stared in disbelief. How could it just come up like nothing had happened? At that moment, I honestly felt like I was going to die from the pain and confusion I felt. How could the sun come up? How could I go on? I felt broken and raw. Over time, I began to heal and learned those cracked open places could be used for a purpose. I started to serve bigger, love others deeper, and started actually living my life again, even with the broken places. During my journey, I found so many other people with broken places who needed hope too. Several years ago, I set an audacious goal for serving others who were feeling discouraged or hopeless. I was given an opportunity to set up an online conference for others to share their stories and how they got past their brokenness. It was amazing to see how being vulnerable and sharing transparently impacted so many lives. So I did it again, then again, then again. Well, you get the point. Join me for the Hope to Hope conference as my guests tell their stories of overcoming in their personal lives and in their businesses. Some things are inflicted on us, and some things we inflict on ourselves. Either way, we all need hope. Hope that we can survive, hope that we can heal, hope that we can really live again. Welcome back, everyone. We are here. I think I got back before Carrie, maybe. And Jill, are you going to come up as well?
Hi.
Hello. So our next guest is somebody like super special to us. We'll just like talk about her while she's not here yet.
Yeah, might as well give her intro too before she gets to pop up again.
I love it. Thank you for coming in, helping me with interviewing our next rock star, because I think I need help with this one. I think she's a little bit of a, like, you know,
A firecracker.
a firecracker. That's what it is.
Oh, well, we are going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker to the stage. And it is our one and only Carrie Zarb. She was born and raised in rural Australia and migrated to the city of Melbourne at the age of 18. Growing up with hardworking entrepreneurial parents, Carrie saw firsthand what it took to be a business owner. Witnessing the long hours and dedication did not deter Carrie from taking this leap. Carrie opened her first business in 1999, and less than 2 years later, she filed for bankruptcy and then began her road to financial recovery. Today, Carrie is the host of Simply Biz Beans podcast and is passionate about finances, small business, and podcasting, utilizing both her finance skills and fun into all conversations. Having been in her current business for over a decade, Carrie helps others discover how to make their finances simple. Carrie is a qualified BAS agent and a Xero certified partner in Australia, working with clients on complex business figures to not only budget their funds, but also cash flow forecast to stay ahead in their business finances. Known as the spreadsheet queen, Carrie enjoys deep diving into the numbers that most people shy away from. Carrie's ability to engage with people from all industries and demographics allows her to form great relationships naturally with her quirky personality and positive spin to all situations. And ta-da! Hi,
Welcome,
Carrie.
Carrie.
Hello, welcome back. Speaking of words, oh my God, I think I need to cut that down a little bit too. Jill, you did a fantastic job, and I'm just going to keep you right here for everybody else. How's that?
It was actually a much easier read than the ones I did yesterday for some parts. But no. Oh, we're so happy. Kim, I'm going to let you go ahead and start this off.
So, Carrie, I want to know what it means to you, because this is not your first rodeo with Hope and the Hope to Hope conference. I would love to know what hope means to you, and maybe how that changed from participating for like a long time now.
Well, Kim, I think that's a really good question, and it's so bizarre. Let me just say that I've heard everyone be asked this question and deliver their answers. I hadn't even thought about my response. I didn't give it a second thought. I was just taking in what everyone else has said, and I don't recall all the words. But for me, hope is really about knowing that, when something doesn't go right and things aren't, falling like in our direction, in our favor, that we do have a choice. We do have a choice to actually make a decision at that moment of, I can curl up in the corner in the fetal position as fast as the next person, but part of me refuses to. There's this element of no, and I think as we get older and sometimes the hormones kick in at unusual times when we least expect it, and recognizing that, actually making conscious decisions of, oh, okay, hang on, I've got a headache. Oh, yeah, okay, this is what's going on. This is why I feel this way. Let me just check myself for a moment. I'll go and have a conversation in the mirror and actually say, this is what's going on. So just ride that wave. Let that sometimes it's a small part that passes, and other times there's big challenges that we need to face, and things that have a longer duration that we need to sometimes, I'm going to say, sit in the suck of it and actually digest the situation and find our own way to work through it. So long answer, but that's what hope means to me, Kim.
I know you've been through lots of things, Carrie, and I would love for you to give us an example of a time when you needed hope.
How much time have we got? Well, I actually find it fascinating because it wasn't that long ago, Kim, when you and I met, that I actually didn't even think I had a story. Like, I think a lot of us don't recognize what we go through and what we endure and what we recover from. And the biggest one for me was the financial recovery, to file for bankruptcy at such a young age and I had to put my finances on hold. Like, they literally stopped. Speaking of, boom gates, like the boom gate came down on the finances. And I look at it now as an absolute blessing, because it stopped me doing stupid things. So in reflection of that time, and it also gave me the ability to then sponge finances and understand them and get a different appreciation of them. I was as guilty as every other teenager of when you get your first job and you get your first pay packet, and back then they came in little envelopes with cash inside, and you spent it as fast as you got it. And retail therapy was real for many, many years, and it became, I think that was my addiction, was spending, and without thinking about the consequences, without a plan or excuse me, any kind of, foresight. Often, going to the retail stores and swiping the card and then getting home and going, oops, I shouldn't have done that, or I should have thought about that before I did that. But there was clearly something missing in me, in perhaps relationships or something, that caused that. I needed to fulfill myself with, silly things, just stuff, that we, throw in the cupboard, and boxes of shoes. I remember boxes of shoes being lined up like lollies. It was just crazy, the spending that happened, and I paid the price. I paid the piper, and everything comes around, and especially when you've done that to yourself, you do have a moment of, I can't share this with anyone. How do I admit that I did this, and there was a lot of shame. There was a lot of shame for many, many years. I always felt like someone was going to find out. I always felt like, the next employer would do a background search, and there'd be this dirty, great big red flag. And, who would trust someone with their finances, or even being in their business, operating their numbers, if that popped up anywhere? So I still somewhat carry that today, Kim, and I try not to. I try to let go of it, but it's there, So speaking about it out loud has actually been a freeing experience to admit, that actually happened, and again bring hope that we can recover.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Carrie, this is one of the things that I appreciate so much about you sharing this story, is that someone who has never made a bad decision is not who you want to be telling you what to do with your finances in any way, because they don't understand. And when you talk about because you were young, that's a lot of the reason you did make some of those decisions. You didn't know. But the fact that you learned and you endured and you changed all of that, you learned all the things you needed to learn, that makes you, to me, so much more trustworthy, that you're not gonna judge me over my bad decisions for something, or you're gonna understand when I come to you and say, "Oops, I spent this and now I don't know what to do about it," or "I messed this up." And I feel like you are just such a great example of the no judgment.
Well, and Kim, to add to that, I think we can all recognize that business is hard. Being a business owner, entrepreneur, we're impulsive creatures. We naturally gravitate to making things harder, making things more complicated, and one of the key aspects to business is the finances. So if anything's going to be train wrecked first, it is often the finances that kind of bear the brunt of those storms in making bad decisions in business. So I have made it my mission to understand them, and I continue to understand them. I'll be learning until the day that I'm not here, because there is always more to learn about all aspects of life and business. And I think that, we've all got that opportunity to right a wrong, make a recovery, and change our trajectory as far as business finances are concerned, especially, and personal finances too.
So I want to take everybody for a really quick ride, because Carrie is talking about retail therapy, and she's talking about like the business issues that she had when she was younger and all of that. And then I want to take you on the ride of fast forward. And now, like, if you look at it, Carrie, would you have imagined back then that now you would be an international CFO? You would be in business for well over a decade, rocking business well over a decade. Would you believe that you would be a true financial designer for, other businesses, helping other business owners? Would you have believed all of that back then when you were going through all that?
Never in a million years. Like, if someone had have said to me when I came out of my bankruptcy, which was 7 years, and then I kind of still paused for another year after that, because you just don't know, is it still going to pop up? Is it going to be an issue, in any space? And I remember that 8-year period, if someone had have said to me at the end of that this is what you'll be doing now, I would have laughed. I would have said, you're joking. Like, no way, But that was, the beginning of the journey to actually work in businesses and understand the numbers and, understand how they can translate from one industry to another so easily, so simply that, But if someone had have asked me, no, Kim, absolutely not. I would never have pictured this. Is Kim frozen?
I think so.
Oh,
Okay.
Are you back, Kim? Are you back?
Is it me that was gone? I'm so sorry, Carrie. I don't know
That's
what's
okay.
going on. Like, everybody just laughed.
A tiny little blip. It's all good.
Hold, please.
Carrie, so I find it so intriguing that you went from one extreme to the other with finances. Would you say, I don't even know if that would be it, but would you say that was one of the good things that came from what you experienced through your struggle? Or is there another thing that stands out more to you that, like, once that 1 year after your 7 was done, that you were like, holy heck, this is like the best thing that came out of this?
I don't think so, Jill. I don't think I really I don't think I gave myself time to digest this situation until many years later. So, going through it at the time, everything was on pause and, things were tough. There was, and I've mentioned this before, there was toasted cheese sandwiches, there was a lot of sacrifices made in that period. And fast forwarding, I don't think I really embraced that period to start as much of the sponging, probably towards the later, maybe by year 6, I was starting to kind of recognize it. And then moving forward, probably another 5 years after that, starting to work with numbers and this, I just suddenly found this thing inside me that wanted to understand them. And I didn't even see that coming. Next minute you're data analyzing after doing some data entry and you're starting to work with spreadsheets. Again, I just never would have thought that's where I did not like school. I did not like maths. I didn't, none of those things resonated with me at all. And looking back, I think it was a good experience. It was definitely, it's come full circle to be where I am now, but also to be able to recognize that brought me here. If I hadn't have gone through that, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. And I wouldn't be so, I guess, passionate about it, really.
Awesome.
Well, and I want to add something else to that, Carrie, also, that you saved people so much money based on what you learned way back then. I mean, our little community on Clubhouse specifically, like, you have a big old fat total that you're keeping a running total of everyone who tells you. They don't all tell you, so it's more than this. But just in the last few weeks, with one tool that you gave away for free, would you tell the total for the community of how much was saved?
Mm-hmm. We have surpassed $52,000. And I'm going to give credit to those using this tool, Kim, because they're doing the work. They're investigating their finances to find all those little tricks and traps that are charging on recurring schedules and monthly charges that we forget about. And everyone's, put in so much time and effort to discover these charges. And I appreciate, man, when I wake up, because we're on different time schedules, I'm sleeping when you guys are working, which is probably a good thing, and vice versa. But when I wake up and I've got a message from someone to say that they saved, $5 a month, $20 a month, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Someone actually sent me a message to say that they'd saved $1.36 per month. I was excited about that. Like it all adds up. And honestly, when it's again, I come back to business is tough, So any savings that we can make and anything that we can help improve our business, even our mindset, to find something on your credit card or your bank statement and go, not anymore, cancel, like that's just incredible in itself to be it's just one of those moments of empowerment that we can have as business owners. So I appreciate everyone that's using the tool and certainly putting in the effort to find those dollars to be saved.
And you are definitely the one that's empowering the community to do this. Like, this is a big deal. I know we talk about you while you're sleeping. And that is one of the things that we all agree on, the impact that you're having for all of us and for all of our finances. It is empowering. It is a hugely empowering thing. And I think if you hadn't, I think you're right, had you not gone through it, you wouldn't think about all of us.
Oh,
Like,
100%. Yeah. Yeah. And let me add, Kim, that I am still just as susceptible as the next human to make a mistake and press the wrong button and have financial consequences. I am hyper aware, having been through what I went through, that I try to guard that, but I'm not perfect. I can press the wrong button pretty quickly. So I just want people to know that when we're human, we make mistakes and it's okay. I'm certainly never going to judge anyone for any of those things that happen in their financial journey, both business and personal. I've been there, I've done it. It would be so wrong of me to judge anyone in that space, but just also be aware that you might do it once, you might do it twice, you might do it 50 times. That's still sometimes I go on Amazon and I press a button and it arrives and I go, really, Kerry? Really? Really?
Jill, did you have something else?
I wanted to ask my Boomgate question, my guarding your melty question. But I think I will put in the Boomgate part to that. So you said that even still to this day, you let it sits there and it kind of it's there. It's like scar tissue. Is there ever a point where it does come back? Like if you have a client that just has like, oh my gosh, this is such a big mess, and it just brings that back up. How are you putting that Boomgate down so that way you're not taking it almost personally and you're guarding your melty when it comes to a situation like that?
Epic failure on the Boomgate of the whole, like, I don't even know what to call that. Epic failure, because like dealing with people's finances, I treat their dollars as if it's my own. I can't help it. So I have clients here in Australia that I do their finances. We do cash flow projections, forecasting, budgeting, all those type of things. And when it's getting tight, I feel that stress personally. I carry that with me because I feel responsible, although I'm not, pressing all the buttons and doing all the spending, but I'm doing the budgeting and the forecasting. And when I see it going this way, I just have to communicate as much as I can so that they're aware and make sure they can see what's coming, because I see the numbers. They may not be reading it the same as I am. And I can't help but, I go to bed at night and go, okay, so when I get up in the morning, I'll check so-and-so's bank account. I'll redo that spreadsheet. I'll keep them updated. Like that's what I think before I go to sleep. And as soon as I wake up, I'm online and I'm doing those things. I feel like almost like a stock trader sometimes, how they watch the little graphs. I'm doing that for their finances. And I have to, because I've got the tools and they rely on me for that. So, yeah, I don't know if the Boomgate works there, Jill.
Well, and I'm going to say this, Carrie, because I do know that you are so, we'll just call it popular with business owners that need your help. You actually have come up with another creative solution because you only have so many hours in a day that you can be boom gating everybody, that you can be doing all these things. And you've come up for a solution for business owners, and it's your club. Would you speak about your club and your podcast, because they go hand in hand?
Okay, we're running out of time, so I'll express it. The
No.
club.
It's okay because I'm next.
I want you in the hot seat, Jill. This is. Don't worry, your turn's coming. But I will speak to these two things really quickly. Firstly, the podcast, because I really do want people to tune in. It's a really easy listen. It's a conversation. I have a virtual cafe, if you can't tell. There's like beans over here and coffee cups and all the toys. There's actually like coffee bean bag there, and it is where I love to spend time, because a cafe environment to me is soothing. Go early in the morning before it gets busy, and it's just got this vibe about it. So the podcast is held in the virtual cafe, and I just love sharing things. I put it differently. I don't speak like an accountant, and I don't want to speak like an accountant. There's no point in having, complicated words, as we could tell, because Kerry can't read them, and I just want to deliver, I guess, my element of hope in the podcast for people's finances. So Simply Biz Beans, definitely check that out. And the other point, Kim, to the club is we can't talk about everything in conversations. Sometimes we need to virtually meet face to face and have examples, be able to share your screen, have that intimate group where we can ask questions and help each other, support each other. We're all on a financial journey of some sort. We're all at different stages. That will always be the case. And for people to be able to come together and ask questions, learn something from someone else, and experience finances together again in the virtual cafe, it just made sense. It just made sense to me, and it helps me because I can't dedicate that time to all the people all the time. I would never sleep, and some even question if I do. I know, and I do. But yeah, to be able to gather in a small intimate group and share our journey and help each other is what it's all about. So thank you, Kim.
Oh my goodness, we're just grateful for you, Carrie. We're very grateful for you. So if you haven't already connected with Carrie, we're gonna put her information up there because everybody needs to connect with you. So go to carriezarb.com and fill out all the things. That's what I'm going to say. Get on the mailing list, because Carrie's forever giving us tips and tricks and hacks to make us all better. And if you have a business, here's the thing. And you're worried about something, because most business owners are. They're either trying to stick their head in the sand like an ostrich and not deal with something, or they're not understanding something that an accountant is saying or whatever. Go to Carrie. Like, Carrie is our trusted financial designer. She's the one that we ask our questions to, and I think that that is a huge deal. She is always willing to like help. So please do go to carriezarb.com. How's that, Carrie?
Thank you, Kim. I appreciate being, co-hosting this event and being part of this event as well. It's nice to kind of swap seats for a quick minute, but we do need to get over to Jill.
I mean, yes, and I'm gonna remove Jill from this stage because Jill is not interviewing. She's the interviewee now. So we're gonna move Jill back, and then we're gonna talk about her so she can't fuss at us.
That's the trick. That's the trick.
I do want to like give a little secret behind the scenes, because you know how we are. But the secret behind the scenes is Jill has all the controls. She could kick us off, Carrie.
Oh, snap.
We
Whoops.
better introduce her and be nice.
We will be exceptionally nice. It's like, don't no, I'm not going to say it because there could be not the right language. We are going to welcome our next speaker to the stage. Jill Olish was born and raised in New York, happily married and a mama of a sweet little boy. She is a licensed funeral director turned Jill of all trades. Jill left her 9 to 5 after her maternity leave was over to be a work from home mum. Starting out as a virtual assistant, she founded Mama Outspoken to support new and seasoned mamas in their motherhood journey and to becoming their own bosses. Working through her own challenges with perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. Okay, tough words again, Kerry. She volunteers with the New York Postpartum Resource Centre and helps mamas find their voices to be heard, advocate for themselves, and spread awareness for motherhood transitions. Welcome to the stage, Jill. Oh.
Love it. Welcome, Jill. We're so glad to see you. Did you like how we just threw you down? Like,
Loved it. I loved it.
so this is your number 3, Hope to Hope.
Yes.
This is your repeat offender spot. I would love to know, especially after this long, Jill, because you've heard like so many people, but I would love to know what your personal definition of hope is.
I will say exactly what you said, Carrie. We've listened to it yesterday and today, and I still have not thought of my own answer. When I think of hope, and I'm really going to say it more so because of the story I will share in that context in my own head, is that hope looked like examples of other people around me that have been through the same thing I was experiencing or that I look up to. And just those people that are influences in my life, that is my definition of hope. It's who I see as, if they were able to do it, if they got through it, even though I don't know what they did, I don't know what they went through, but if they're surviving, if they're killing it at what they're doing, that means there is somehow, some way I can do the same. Yeah.
You're going to make me cry right off because this is a great definition, Jill. And you know how much you have my heart, just so you know, like out loud. This is probably going to be one of those public service announcement things. Go ahead and go get your tissues because like I know that Jill is going to bring it in a way that she just does. So Jill, would you share what you needed hope in and how you got to the other side and found hope?
Yes. But I might already cry before I even talk. Holy crap.
I'm like,
I was just looking for a tissue and I don't have one. Last year I read this, and I'm going to read it again because I always have to read it for sharing my story. But I have it written down, and we'll go ahead and just read it real quick so that way it gives everybody the idea. But I'm a first-time mom, and I did not expect to deal with postpartum depression or anxiety or anything else. I thought I was prepared, and I was not the way I thought I would. So that is where I needed hope, is how to get through that. But I always like to read this, so let me do this real quick. Declan, who is my son, is almost 3 weeks old, and I'm still hating motherhood. All of my disappointments and the tough parts of the day have created so much discouragement that everything I wanted for him, I want to give up on. The sleepless nights, sore nipples, endless feedings, his crying, my crying, not showering, trying to stay hydrated and fed, and isolation is extremely frustrating and exhausting. Maybe if I just changed a few things, it would get easier, but I don't want to give up because it's not what I was expecting. I want to stick with my decisions because I couldn't leading up to this point, and I don't want to take any more away from myself. I don't want to hear that it will get easier or it will be worth it. You'll see. I know this already. And having others tell you that when you're struggling doesn't always help. It mostly hurts because it makes me feel ashamed for feeling so crappy, for them to even have to say that to me. Instead, I want to feel validated. I want to know what made you feel like giving up. I want to know that I'm not alone in hating some days. I want to know that sometimes when he won't stop crying, and I've already tried everything, fed, changed, given the pacifier, and everything else you could possibly think of, it's okay to just walk away for a minute and breathe, and maybe even have a quick cry too before trying again. So that is where I needed hope. I needed hope to know that, and this is my big thing, it's not normal, but it's common, and it's super common for almost all moms, almost all parents, and that what I was going through was not new and not unheard of.
Jill, thank you for sharing that, because I know that that is emotional. And I can't thank you enough for being transparent and vulnerable, because saying it out loud automatically brings up feelings I know of, fear of judgment, that people are going to judge you for feeling that way. But how many mamas out there feel that way and they don't say it? They struggle in silence.
Big time. I will say I don't think I feel judged anymore about how I feel, because I have the support, especially at the Postpartum Resource Center here in New York. Like, I have examples. Those people who are hope for me already paved the way in my life with their experiences and sharing it and being vocal. And that's why I wanted to do Mama Outspoken, is to be able to advocate not just for myself, but to give other people permission to advocate for themselves too, and be that hope or that example for them to live up to.
So if there's a mama out there struggling right now, Jill, and she doesn't know where to turn, will you speak to that for her sake?
Ooh. One thing that I did was definitely ask other moms. Not all want to be vulnerable, though. And I think the ones that got through it are the ones that will be vulnerable with you. So I know it's very uncomfortable, but speaking to other moms is, I think, the biggest suggestion I could have to anybody. And also looking into different postpartum resource centers in areas. And if there is not one, New York does work with the whole entire country. So it's a huge center, and they have resources all over for anybody. And it's not just moms. It is also dads, it's grandparents, it's anybody new to these transitions of adding a new life to their family.
I think Carrie and I want to be you when we grow up.
Yes.
We're seriously, I am so proud of you for doing this and for sharing, because that was how long ago? That was,
it's going on 2.5 years now.
Yeah, I was going to say 2+ years ago. So what does it look like today, Jill? Because, that is one thing that in anything we're going through that's hard, I feel like if we know we can come to the other side of it, we will keep going. But sometimes we don't know that it's ever going to end.
I didn't think that I would ever bond with my son the way that I have now. It did take time. I don't think I ever thought that I knew I loved him. I knew I loved him. Obviously, that's going to be something I know, but I didn't feel love for him in midst of everything. And that has changed once I guess once I was honest with myself too, that I had problems and there were ways to fix it. And I started changing things to be able to live that way and feel better about myself. And then I was able to feel better about him. And we've just grown that way together. And today, my pastor, she asked, she's asking the whole church, what is something that you're thankful for? You know, tell me in 12 words. We're going to have a sermon about it over the weekends for Thanksgiving. And it took me a long time to figure out those 12 words to send her, because I knew it had to be about the love I have for Declan now. That, like, I guess I'm thankful that I know unconditional love now, that I know the love that a mother is supposed to have for their child, that I've learned it, that I've now, that I understand, or I can recognize it when I couldn't see that before because there was too much uncertainty or too much pressure or stress or whatever else goes on in those first few months of having a child. That was just too overwhelming. And now I guess it's easier to just move on. I've gotten a routine. I've gotten harmony in my day. And now, like, I can see that love is there. And I'd say that that's like the thing that's come out of this. And that's where we are today.
You are such a good mama. Like, I will say that out loud. I witness every day, you know, the things that you do to be a good mama and a good human. Like, it starts with being like okay with you and being aware, like you said. And I feel like there's such a, I guess, a label on that time after you have a baby, and it's so, you know, emotional, and our hormones are going crazy and all of those things. There's a label for a lot of people get slapped on them that they just need to and I was told just to suck it up. I'll just say that. I was told, you know, those are not normal feelings. You can't feel like that. And I look at that and I think that is such a, honestly, a crime.
Mm-hmm. It's the whole thought, oh, it's just the baby blues, or they just brushed it under the rug. Oh, you'll get over it. It'll pass. But nobody offers that hand holding that is needed. Well, let me be there for you until it does pass. Nobody says that. My family didn't even say that to me. The only people that said that to me are the people that I looked into getting help from, the people that understood it. And that, I think, is one of the problems, is that our own families don't know it, because they had exactly what you said, Kim. Like, they were told to just get over it, and they didn't have that support that is around today.
So what are you doing? Because I know this answer a little bit, but what are you doing to change the world in this area? Because I know you are making huge strides to do things to help other mamas.
I have done a few things. I'd like to do more. I don't see myself doing as much as I'd like to in this moment, but I do volunteer with a postpartum resource center in New York. We do an annual 5K that we are part of, and Kim, you walked with me this past year.
10K.
We have a whole bunch of conferences that I do guest speak on with them. We have stuff going on at my church that I reach out to, and there's a few mom programs that are in my area that I try to be a part of. I've worked with a few lactation counselors and some other of those mom groups, but for myself with Mama Outspoken is really focusing on offering, I call them vent sessions, and it's just where you can call me and talk for a few minutes. I don't have to say anything. You can just get it out there, because I know that's one thing I like to do, and I chew my husband's ear off, and I'm like, I don't really need you to say anything. I just need to say something to somebody, and not everybody has just somebody that they can call and do that. So that's kind of like one of the ways that I'm trying to be out there and be a support, and to offer a hand holding, and just constantly talking and bringing up the question. And that's one thing that the Postpartum Resource Center asks everybody to do, is just ask the question. And I'm always like, well, what is the question? But the question is asking a new mom, how are you? Everyone asks, how is the baby? Nobody asks, how are you, to the mom. So that is always my first question whenever I see anybody with a baby, regardless if it's their first or third or seventh. It's always, how are you doing? I could care less about your baby. I know it's fine because it's being loved by you right now, but how are you? who's loving you.
That's so good, Jill. Carrie, did you want to speak to this?
Absolutely. Jill, I completely relate to your situation, as you know, and I think, what we can do for others and what you're doing for others is just so, it's inspiring, but I almost like I'm sitting here going, okay, who can we tell? How can we spread this? How can we get more awareness in this space? Because I don't feel like it exists and it needs to. It's really, really important. So clearly that's why you're passionate about it, having experienced it and gone through it yourself. But I do need to ask you a little tricky question.
Okie dokie.
Because this is, I don't believe any of us, with all of the stories that have been shared in this conference, we're not completely healed. We're never completely healed. Like you mentioned, the scar tissue, like there's still something there, even if it's been a long time. So Jill, how are you still guarding your melty? How are you protecting yourself moving forward?
I have the same answer as you. I don't. It's been a long journey, and I know it's a hormonal thing completely now as to what that is. Like, I have lost, how many pounds have I lost? 15 pounds in the last 2 years since my fitness journey, because I knew that I had to fix my body to fix a lot of the problems that I was going through. Because a lot of it is all based around your hormones, and then your hormones is based around what you put in your body and how you're taking care of yourself. And I will say that I have seen a change. My husband has seen a change. I'm not a raging witch anymore. I said it with a W. I'm just not. Like, we can almost tell. So I guess what we are doing, or what I am doing to go ahead and guard myself, is putting it on the calendar. When I'm expecting to have a spike in hormones this week, it's in my calendar to make sure I take whatever medicine, or that I take the time to watch where I am or what I'm doing for the week or who I'm around. And then the following week, we know it's going to be a low week, and it's going to be a hot mess of a few days before things actually like settle down. So then we have it in the calendar. My husband was like, you were kind of crazy today, so you know what you got to do, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, look at the calendar. Yeah, it's about that time. So that's one thing that we have learned, is to start putting it on the calendar and tracking it as to where my swings go, because it's become now predictable. And we are trying to figure out how to eliminate altogether, but that is going to be a work in progress, even more so. But we have gotten to the point where it's predictable, and I think that is going to be how I guard myself for a while.
And Jill, that's amazing to, come this far and be able to have that on your calendar. Like, I think a lot of females out there are still working this stuff out, like there's so many of us that are mystified by hormones and what they can do, me included, retail therapy, and like what can we do to help ourselves. And I love that. That's a great example of, actually putting it on the calendar and starting to document and look for the patterns and the trends and stuff that we can, protect ourselves and those around us. So great job.
I think what you just said, protecting not just myself, but the ones around me, because I never want, there was 2 instances where Declan and Bobby were involved in a spike in hormones, and it was terrifying for everybody. So I never want that to happen again. I could care less if I go break something someplace. Like, I want to be in one of those break rooms where you get to like pay money and just break someone else's stuff. And I think that would be so therapeutic for me. So therapeutic. But I don't need to do that in my own home. And that's where this comes in, is that we had to like really put some kind of plan in place that we either knew everybody had to leave, or I needed to leave, or something, just some way to make sure I was not going to be heightened. But yeah, it's definitely about protecting them now.
I think you speak to something pretty important there, Jill, about like it's a family thing. It's a group thing. It may be that it's impacting you physically and emotionally, but it impacts other people around you.
It does, because my son feeds off of it. He knows when I'm not in the right kind of mood, because then he starts to act not okay too. But we have talks about it now. I'm like, okay, mommy's not doing it right. She's gonna go take a break real quick, and she'll recollect, and we'll go have fun someplace else and do something. And my husband's better off for it too, and he's understanding, and he's been nothing but supportive since the beginning with it. So it's been, yeah, a family thing from the beginning.
It's been a journey.
For sure.
Look at you there, rocking life. Just have to point that out. No, because I think I am going to push back on you a little bit, girly, because like when I think back 2 years ago, I look at how much really honestly full of joy you are now. And I feel like it is from becoming aware and not holding all that in, because I think a lot of people are just taught, especially us older, people. We are taught you don't tell things and you don't share things, and I think it's wrong. Like I think it's horrible because we have left a lot of people behind us not being honest with them about what was going on.
Yeah.
And it sets the stage of that performance versus being real. And I think that that's an important thing that you're doing. You're changing the generations by being out there and vocal with it and not stuffing all that stuff down. So I think you are living proof, ma'am.
I'm trying to be, and I know that there is a change going on. Like you can see it in social media, or at least I see it, because those are my peers. Like I am not the only one speaking out, and it makes me very happy that I'm not the only one speaking out. But it's going to be hard for those who don't have the help to find those people that are. So this is just one more way to get it out there.
Yes, it is, and we're really glad. Jill is part of everything we do, and this is just one more instance of you taking that courage and coming and speaking out loud, knowing that we're live streaming, knowing that it's going everywhere, but the fact that you're willing to do that, Jill, I'm sorry, but I know you hate this part, but I'm going to do it anyway. I am so proud of you, because we do need to know that there's hope for getting past that, getting through it. Maybe not even past it. It's just surviving and going through it even.
That's each day.
Each day.
It is an each day journey.
Yeah. I love it. Well, do you have anything else you want to say to everyone who is listening, who is struggling and wondering what they're going to do about their situation? Would you speak to them really quickly?
I was told something along these lines, and I will always tell any new mom, is that you are the perfect mother for your child. There is nobody else that could have gotten that job, and it does not matter what is going on in your day, how the day went. It is okay every end of the day, because you were meant to be your child's parent.
So good. So good. Well, if anyone wants to connect with Jill, she does have mamaoutspoken.com. You need to reach out to her, and she's on all the socials. So that's another thing too. If you are a mama who is needing that support, Jill is the one to reach out to. She can point you to lots of resources and lots of ways to find hope. So Jill, thank you for everything. We're not even going to limit it to one thing. Thank you for just everything.
Well, thank you very much for this time together. I look forward to hearing the last, oh my gosh, just one more. And then we're going to wrap it up. This is so exciting. Oh, I can't wait.
So the grand finale, is that what you're saying? Denise is going to be the grand finale?
Yeah.
Yay. Thank you, Jill.
Thanks so much, guys.
Love you.
Love you. Mwah.
So, Carrie, I have to say,
Mhm.
she makes me cry almost every time she tells that story because I can relate. Like I can
Yeah.
understand the feeling alone and the hard feelings and it's just so hard. Everybody has their own journey for that, but that is something I'm super proud she's so brave.
Absolutely. And I think it, like everyone that's been here, but Jill in particular, like again, there's this power, you know what I mean? There's just this power behind her to work through this. And that's what I love to bear witness to, to hear the story and to know that there's still hope. Hope is continuing in the journey. So I think Jill's an incredible human and certainly now help me out here, Kim. Mama? Mama.
Mama outspoken.
It's got like an O in it, and Kerry puts a U because we spell it M-U-M, and you guys have M-A-M, but then I've seen M-O-M. All right, let's move on.
So it's mama here and mum there.
Yeah, and I'm sure I just completely mucked all that up. I'm sorry, Jill. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. I'm excited for our next guest, Carrie.
Me too. And let me say, this is our final speaker. However, so, what do they say? Last but not least. Well, honestly, we are going to welcome our next, last, all those things speaker to the stage. I think I need more coffee, Kim. I'm starting to kind of lose it with all these words.
All the words.
All the words. Let us introduce Denise Millay. After 20 years as an IT consultant, Denise founded her business, the M Media Group, LLC, a company founded on the belief that everyone can reap the benefits of today's online marketplaces. Denise is a marketing technology specialist on a mission to make sure the hours and hours her clients invest in creating blogs, podcasts, and websites pays off. She works with entrepreneurs and business owners to ensure their creations are available to search engines. She also builds websites, digital products, and other marketing automations for her clients so they can spend their time and energy in building their business. Denise is the author and host of a weekly TV show called Marketing Matters that is held on the Win Win Women TV network and streaming on Amazon Fire, Roku, and Apple TV. We are so excited to welcome Denise to the stage. Hello.
Hi. How are you all? You've
Oh my
been so much fun. And where was Jill when I had my children? I would have loved to have had Jill when I had my children.
Yes.
I know, right?
Ah,
We're so excited you're here with us, Denise. We're so excited. You said yes to us. That's one of the
thank
big
you.
things.
I'm going to turn my lights on. Do I need my lights on? Can you see me okay? No? Good.
So we want to ask you the same question of what is your definition of hope and what does hope mean to you?
I've been thinking about this for 2 days, and you would think it would be very profound by this point, right? What hope means to me is not giving up on the world. I'm getting melty already. We get a lot of stuff thrown at us. We encounter a lot of people that aren't so great. And hope is getting up every day and making sure you look at the sun and you're grateful and and you keep going. That's what hope is.
I'm doing my best over here. It's like I understand. I completely understand. What would you share something where you needed hope and how you found it, Denise?
Sure. I want to share something more. We all have many trials and travails that we can go to as examples when we get to this point in our life.
Absolutely.
We could pull out of a big closet full of stuff. The most recent, though, which is the most clear example for me, is, I'm a new entrepreneur, started really in earnest right around when COVID hit, so I've been trying to figure it out. And although I have a lot of skills in corporate environments and other things, this is new. So, I was trying to find information from a lot of different pathways to try to build up my skills and figure out where I was going and find my way. And I think I thought I had found a couple of sources that were the right ones, or that seemed like they fit for me, that was going to work. And I jumped in full boat, right? And bought into the whole thing and kept doing and doing and doing and doing and spent a long time doing, and it wasn't working. And I started blaming myself, and I'm not doing it right. The imposter syndrome, all that stuff. Like, it's me. It's all me. And that was pretty dark. And then my great friend introduced me to another group of people that were real people and kind of showed me that it wasn't me, that the premise was wrong, and that the premise was false, and that, and you feel foolish, but at the same time, you're like, oh, okay, so I'm not a horrible person. And um, so that made me understand too that if I hadn't been in that horrible program and met this other person, I wouldn't be here today. So that's kind of like the hopeful side of it, to keep going, because everything you encounter leads up to the next best great thing that you get to do, whether it's good or bad.
I have to tell you, Denise, this hurts me deeply, simply because there are so many people out there, especially from the last few years, that have started businesses and they're feeling like you're feeling, like you were feeling, that it was just you. And I look at you and I think the things you do for business owners today is so incredible, because we tease you all the time about you're the findability queen, and that you have a cobalt blue crown that we all turn to, because you are absolutely brilliant. You are brilliant at all the search things, all the being able to be found, the findability, because you can do all the business you want and nobody's finding you. I mean, who's going to come and do business with you if they can't find you?
Right.
So you have taken something that was dark and turned it into something that's incredibly inspiring to everyone around you. And I have to say, I can't thank you enough. You are someone who is an amazing human. You care about other people, and you have helped so many people find hope in the technology thing, because some people, if you even just say to them that they're going to have to do something in tech, it's a exactly.
And I've had that my whole career too, and I really don't like that. I mean, that's just something that hurts me to see, because I feel like the expectations people put on themselves to know everything right out of the gate, like they should have been born with the skills. And it's kind of like, well, you wouldn't expect yourself to go take your driver's test if you've never been behind the wheel of a car. And you just wouldn't do it. I mean, somebody might, but they certainly shouldn't, Shouldn't have the expectation of passing for sure, right? But a lot of people do that, and it's our generation and maybe the one right before us that that has it the hardest, because the younger generations are coming up with it ingrained in their lives, and it's there. I mean, they didn't have PCs when I went to college. They didn't exist, right? So, like, think about that. The people that are our peers, so many of them didn't have anything like what's out now. And I feel awful. I mean, I'd meet doctors, physicians, PhDs, and you talk about email, and they'd be like itching to get out of the room, and they'd be beating themselves up, and they, like their head, and I can't figure this out, and all this stuff, and it just breaks your heart. You're like, you're brilliant, you're a genius. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
You'll get
nothing.
it.
That's not the thing to worry about when you're trying to doctor, right?
But that they take it inside, and it becomes a personal thing that they're failing, when in actually they've never even taught how to do it. Nobody even explained it to them, and they just thought by osmosis they should be smart enough to do this, and I hate it. Just breaks my heart. So sorry, mini soapbox.
No, I think that you are speaking to so many people out there who are struggling, like, business-wise with there's so many things to learn. Like, I look at Carrie with the finances, and I look at you with all the website things and the findability and all of that kind of stuff. Just those two things keep a lot of people from wanting to have a business.
Yeah.
And that to me is sad when someone has something to offer the world. They are a solution to this world, and they don't know how to do the tech to share that.
Right there. Yeah.
You are the solution to so many people's problem. Like, this is one of the things we have to talk about, because you are the solution for so many people who are hurting in business, that feel that way, that feel like they're the only ones that don't know something, or they're the only ones that can't figure something out. And it's just not true. Like,
Yeah.
it's not.
Well, and the messages out there about tech are, I think, in some place, arrogantly, purposely complex and confusing and full of jargon, and they don't speak in plain English because it's like beneath them. Like they have to prove that they're smart by using all the words they learned in school and all that stuff, and they don't talk to regular people, and they don't feel like they should have to. A lot, and I'm generalizing, I shouldn't do that, but I just feel like there's so many people that I meet that take pride in using the jargon, take pride in speaking in complex terms, and, well, I'm on the inside. I'm an insider, so I could talk like this. I'm one of, so I'm allowed to use this language. It's like, but you're hurting people, because you're making them afraid of what it is when it's really not. I mean, there's complexity, but the basics aren't complex. It's,
I think you're a translator.
ooh, I can add that to the resume.
I think so. Carrie, don't you?
Author, TV show host,
Absolutely.
translator.
Definitely. And Denise, I have to say, I'm going to brag for a second, because I have stuffed SEO under my rug for so many years because it sounds so scary, and we get all these, ads thrown at us saying we need to outsource it. We have to get someone else to do this for us. And it comes with huge price tags, massive price tags for business owners to do that, to just, send it over there because I don't want to get it. I want to avoid it, but I know I need it because everyone tells me I need it. And I love the way that you've simplified this, that I'm open to it now. But clearly I needed the right person to come along with the right message that wasn't gonna,
Thank you.
kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not that rubbish that we see. And I'm just so grateful to have you in this community and be that guiding light for, all the findability and all the tech, because we're all stuck. We're all stuck there somehow, even if it's just a little bit. So I just
Thank you.
appreciate what you're doing and putting yourself out there, you know, it's a big step and it feels risky, you know,
Trying.
but
Yeah, doing my
yeah,
best.
you are.
But thank you. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to go against the grain of most of the wave of people that are on the inside track, you know, and so I think I tread lightly, but I've always been a kind of trainer, translator, kind of here, plain English, you know, right? Plain English, please. So
Well, and I know we can't use names, like, but you have been offered one of the highest positions in one of the biggest computer companies. We'll just say it that way. Can I just put it that way so I don't like get into trouble?
yes,
And the fact that you would work with us mere mortals
jeez.
is pretty impressive in my books. If there's somebody out there struggling and they feel like they just can't learn something, or they're just, they're wanting to give up on business because of tech kind of stuff, would you speak to them really quickly and share what hope, like, you're a hope dealer with us, so can you deal out some hope on that?
Yes, I hope I can. Um, I would say that um, if the person you're speaking to or looking to for an explanation and you don't get it still, it's not you, it's them. You just haven't found the right person to explain it to you yet. So don't give up. Keep looking, because there are people out there like me that care about the people that are using these things as opposed to other things, and can speak to you about it and help you with it. And so the solutions do exist, and don't give up on yourself. You know, like my my favorite Maya Angelou quote is, do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, you do better. So you just give yourself the grace and the permission to not know it all and to keep looking. And then once you get more, you do better, and you just keep adding on. How's that?
I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. And so I'm gonna. I can't keep a secret. I'm sorry. Like, let me just say that I'm
Okay.
really, I'm really excited because over the next like little bit, we're going to be implementing our new website, and it's beautimous. And thanks to you and your brainstorming and your guidance and all the things, I just can't wait. Like, I am so excited about it. You have been a brilliant help to us, you know,
Thank
in
you.
our business, because of what you have made simple and talk through with us and all of that. So I definitely want to give you like credit where credit is due.
Oh,
You
thank
have
you.
been there with us, and it can get messy with tech. Like that I'm
It
gonna say.
can. And not everybody knows everything. There are a lot of things I don't know, but I do know how to go find some answers, and I do know other people. So I do know that there's a library. I do know there's Google, and I can Google.
Okay, so I'm gonna giggle over what you're saying now. Let me just clarify for everybody. This is humility you're looking at, because Denise is a rock star also. Harry's our rock star financial and podcaster. Denise is our rock star website and techie and TV show host. So let's just put all that out there. Carrie, what say you?
Let's talk TV. Yes.
TV.
I would love for you to tell us why you have your TV show. Because, Carrie, you're right. This is something that she needs to talk about.
Oh, you guys are awesome. Always making me talk about the things I love to talk about. Actually, I came upon an opportunity for a new women's network that was being built of um, women entrepreneurs, business owners, providers that have expertise to share with other women around the world. And so they have a goal to serve the 3.9 billion women around the world with weekly shows that provide information that can help uplift and change people's lives. So, the target is all women, but for me, because I'm a business owner and I was starting out, I wanted to provide just foundational stuff about marketing and technology for anybody who's trying to climb up the step and figure it out. So I have a half hour each week where I go through a topic and I kind of try to present the basics in plain English and plain language. And then we have an opportunity for a question for conversation for anybody that joins the show live. And then the replays are put up on the websites and the streaming platforms for other people to see. And so it's in its early stages, and I've been at it for about a year now, almost coming up on a year. And so it's taught me a lot. It's been good for me, and I think it's helped me get used to speaking to more people and seeing my face on the screen, which has not been easy. I got to admit, everybody went into COVID different places. I wasn't used to being on camera, and so it's been a good learning experience, but I feel like I'm creating a library of things that micro business owners across the world and women that are trying to figure things out are gonna go back to and get help and not have to read a textbook. Just so
Textbook or talking to Denise. Talking to Denise every time.
Thank
Wait,
you.
let me pick. Book. Book.
Oh, very
Denise.
books.
Denise! Yay!
You
I
guys are
love
so
it.
funny.
And I know that you are a
Yes,
published author along with
I am.
several others in that book, but you also have a book coming out soon.
I do. I'm writing a book about being findable.
Can you imagine?
Go figure. I guess I always thought these things about findability and what really search was, and I've always been fascinated by it. Well, even when Google first started, I was fascinated by search marketing. Like, you mean we could do this for free and like we don't have to pay for it? We could just have our stuff out there and people could find it. Like 8.6 billion searches a day on Google, and I could possibly show up for some of that. I don't have to pay for that. Oh my goodness. So I'm glad that you helped me and Carrie helped me figure out that that's something that is worthwhile and is something that people will resonate with because it was kind of my nerd thing. So I didn't really necessarily think that there were other people that would get in on my nerd thing.
I think that's proof of so many entrepreneurs is their ordinary is someone else's extraordinary. Like what you know how to do and you've learned and you've mastered, all of us are like, oh. So I think that that's a big part of this, Denise, is you are sharing your things with the community and with us. And I know that you are very generous because you spend time with us on Clubhouse and you spend time with us in the community, building community and helping others. I just feel like all of that needs to be said out loud because when you're talking about hope, and this is how I feel about this whole conference, when you're talking about hope, a lot of people who have lost hope or are feeling like it's only them don't realize how many people are out there still that are good and kind and generous. And I think that's part of the hope that you in particular bring. You are those things. Like you
Wow,
are.
thank you.
No.
You're going to get me going again. Stop.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
I just turned the waterworks off. Come on.
Well,
No,
but
thank you. I appreciate that.
I feel like it needs to be said out loud though, because that's part of the hope. Not only things, but it's the people. Like, people bring hope. They're the living proof. I love what Jill said about it was the people that were
Made the
before
difference,
her.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're one of those people.
If I would have had Jill 30 years ago, whew, I could have used Jill 30 some years ago. That's for sure.
We had to wait for Jill to be born. That's what we had to wait for.
Yeah, I know. That's it. Well, at least she'll be there for, maybe my children. Yeah, I appreciate that. You guys have been so great. And I love light bulb moments. You know that. I'm surprised by them sometimes, as you say, because I don't realize that I could give people those light bulb moments, but it's kind of cool to see them when they happen. It's like, oh, they felt good about that. Cool. I love that. I said something to help somebody. Woo. It's total dopamine hit. So,
We're dopamine addicts, we say all the time.
pretty much. But you guys make it so easy to be part of a community because we've just found a group of people that are on the same wavelength. So it's unlike a lot of the other environments that you're confronted with as you go through this entrepreneurial journey. There's not the manipulation. There's not the I'm in it for me. Everybody's in it for everybody else. So it's not just me. It's finding your people, and finding the people that want to be with other people, and want to help other people. So I'm not alone, and that makes it just so much better. So thank you.
And Denise, I have to add that at this point, I'm really going to say that I feel Kim has brought us all together. There is definitely a center of our universe, and as much as she won't like me saying this and will, kind of kick me later, but Kim has we've all gravitated to Kim, and that's what's brought the community together. Is we're creating our own little universe over here in this community with all the people like yourself and so many others that are like-minded and get to come together and support each other. That's what we need as business owners, is that support to give us the hope.
Yeah.
So I'm so grateful that you're part of that universe
Thank
too,
you.
Denise.
Success is so much better when you share it with somebody else.
And I have to say, I froze again, and then I come back, and I'm talking to Denise, and I come back, and you're saying something about me, so I have to go back and listen to the replay. Just saying.
I knew you were frozen, Kim, and I thought this is a great opportunity just to slip this in here while she can't respond.
And see, we don't spend any time with each other to look for those intros into, little spots where we can connect.
I'm pretty sure this was a setup. That's what it is. My internet is just fine. You all did something to it. That's what it was.
You've been fine all day. So it just how did it happen at the end right here?
Us with the technology expert, and then my internet does that. I am really questioning this.
Not me. I'm tied up. It wasn't me.
I don't know if I believe either one of you. Can I say that?
Oh I love you both. You've been great. You've just made it so much easier and wonderful.
Well, I want to make sure everybody hears us loud and clear. If you have not connected with and we call you ours, our Denise Millay, you should connect with her for sure. Go to mmediagroupllc.com, and Denise does all things tech. Like, she's the tech whisperer, we'll call her.
Oh my goodness.
So I feel like anybody who has any questions or has any concerns or feels like it's just them. Oh, I'm sorry. We might have had the wrong one. I'm so sorry. You can go to dmalay.com. How's that?
It's my own fault. It's my own fault. So I won't even go there. So
true confession. I'm going to confess for you. Denise is across so many different things and she does so many different things that we're just never sure where to send everybody because she's findable everywhere.
3 websites. So
and and it's because she does so many things of testing and making sure she's up to date on things. Like she does a lot of things to make sure she takes the, yucky is what I'm gonna call it, the yucky parts out of the technology for all of us. So
I try. I don't keep up with a lot of things, but I do have a lot of fingers out there and all sorts of stuff.
well, Denise, thank you so much for being with us tonight and thank you
Thank
for
you for doing
sharing.
this. Thank you for doing this. It's been really wonderful. It's my first Hope to Hope, and I look forward to everyone going forward from now.
I'm so excited. We love you.
Thank you
Thank
both.
you, Denise. Love you.
See you soon.
Oh my goodness, Carrie. What would we do without our Denise, really?
Well, I'm just going to say, Kim, I'm glad there's audio in this experience because your video is frozen, but I can hear you perfectly. So we are all good. I will just listen. I won't watch. How's that?
Well, that would be great, Carrie. I have no idea what's going on, but we keep going. This
That's
is
it.
how Hope to Hope works.
We have hope that your video will return.
Is it still not returned, Carrie?
Correct, but that's okay.
Oh,
I can hear you.
good.
You look pretty good, so that's okay.
I'm not frozen with a funky face.
Not too bad. No, it's pretty good.
I may have to look at the replay since you said it like that.
It's fine.
So we're going to go into the recap now. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So let's get Jill and Adam up here with us
Mm-hmm.
and
Yep.
have them do recap with us too. And I would really like to share a quick story from last year. And like, I want to share something that I needed hope for just last year. Like
Mm-hmm.
why I started Hope to Hope is different. But I needed hope to hope because of what I went through last year. And I think it's really important because all of you went through it alongside me, like you went through it with me. But I feel like I would love for Adam and Jill to come. I see Adam looking around. Adam, we can give you time to get set up if you need to. It's like if that's what he needs to do. I'm giggling because okay, so here's the true confession. Before I tell the story, let's just do true confession, Carrie. I
Okay.
am forever dragging somebody into something and pulling them up somewhere. And so I apologize, Adam, for freaking you out at this moment. But I would love for y'all to come up and participate for the recap. Yes, Carrie? Like, what?
Absolutely, I agree. We'll give them a minute to get sorted and positioned where they would like to be and have all their things ready and around them. And I love how you do that, Kim. You do it to us all on the plenty. So it's nice to actually be up here and it's being done to somebody else. Yay!
You already got drug up, right?
Yeah, that's it.
We can drag our Jill up already.
Okay.
We can do that. So I really think that one of the things that I would like to share tonight, as we recap everybody and we talk about the hope, is what happened last year, because so many people have gone through so many things in the last, couple of years in particular, health wise. And it's really hard. I'm going to try to keep my schnizzle together, but I want you all to know that there's a lot of hard things that we can go through and we can come out the other side. We don't know when, we don't know how long it's going to take, we don't know what it's going to look like. But last year I landed in the hospital, and I'm just going to be really factual about some of this and not I'm trying really hard to keep my stuff together. I landed in the hospital with COVID. I was on a ventilator in ICU, they did not expect me to make it. I think that's the best way to put it without triggering anybody. And while I was there, and while I was going through all that, I would just like to share some of the thoughts that I had during that time, because it was something that I had not experienced in that way before. Like it was a crazy time. But one of the things about Hope to Hope, when I started this, I thought it was about everybody else because I wanted to share the hope I had found. And I wanted to have all the guests share the hope they had found so that it was, you know, it was replicated, it was spreading and all that. I didn't know last year, though, I was the one that was going to need all those interviews. And I was going to need the hope to be able to survive because I didn't know if I was going to survive. When I came out of the hospital, it wasn't just as simple as coming home. I couldn't walk 10 feet without having to sit down. I was so exhausted and frail and weak. Took me weeks to be able to walk just across, the room. It took me weeks to get to the place of walking down the driveway and back. It took me weeks to get to the place I could walk again. And I don't want to upset anybody, and but I want to share this because there are people, I really believe that you're listening and you're going through something physically or you're going through something emotionally and you don't know if it's ever going to end. And I want to be living proof that even when you don't know what the answer is, don't give up. Like, don't give up. Because I can't imagine if I had stopped pushing and stopped, it was exhausting. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that, I won't share right now, but when you're facing something, I'm 55 years old. I learned to walk when I was a baby, and having the thought of having to relearn to walk at 50, 54 is, it just still blows my mind. And I think that's part of what I want to speak to tonight is you never know who you're living proof for. And I want to thank everybody who has been on Hope to Hope all these years and everyone who is in my life. And I want to thank in particular Carrie, because I would not have made it home had she not been GPSing me from Australia. I just want y'all to get the whole picture. I am in the US in trying to get back home to Texas, and Carrie's GPSing me home because I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what. And she went all the way with me to get me back home. And Carrie, I feel like that's one of those things I need to say out loud to say thank you. I can't say enough or express enough gratitude. Jill, thank you, because you held everything together while you didn't even know what had happened or where I was. That was like a really scary time. And I just feel like so many people have gone through so many things these last few years that have added to the other traumas in their life or the other struggles. And we want to make sure that we are transparent and sharing the things that we've been through, not to be like drama and not to be all of that, but just to share that we understand going through hard things. And that hope was, I knew you all were there. I knew my sweet husband was there. My son, like I can't get over all of the community, like all of that. So if you don't have somebody in your life, this is a big deal to me every year. If you don't have somebody in your life, please join us. Like, please come and join us. We're on Clubhouse Monday through Friday. We're all around socials and we are, I'm just going to say this is the most amazing community and the most amazing humans that are on the planet. I'm prejudiced because I feel like y'all are the best. So I want to say that out loud, and y'all are not allowed to make me cry any more than this. So we have to move quickly past this. But I just want to make sure we put that message out there that no matter what it looks like, the hard things we go through, we can get through them. We don't know when, we don't know how yet, but don't give up. Just don't give up. Y'all have to talk now, and I have to stop.
I'm going to say, Kim, that after that, it's like there's just that little, like right here. And it's like, okay, Adam needs to speak.
Oh my goodness. We wouldn't have made it this far without Adam.
Exactly.
Adam is the official organizer of all the hope dealers. We'll call him that.
Bring back Denise. We've got some technical difficulties.
No, I'm half holding back my tears and trying to compose myself, and I'm half sending you guys a message behind the scenes. So
because your cat hurting us, thankfully.
yes.
Oh my goodness.
I just want to say real quickly that I am so thankful and grateful and blessed to be in this community, and my life is so much better for it. And this year has been amazing, and I have the job of my dreams that I have been looking for years, and it only took me 47 years to find it. So thank you for everything. And what Kim said about this community is so true. Everybody was so welcoming and is just, we're there for each other, and we support each other, and we help each other through the celebrations and through the tough times. And there's no better community than the My Sexy Business community. So if you are looking for somebody or you need that community, come join us, because I have just been so welcomed, and it hasn't even been a year. So I'm coming up on that year in January. So I'm just very, very grateful. And everything Kim said about it is true.
Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome.
Adam.
So should we go to the recap?
Yes, make sure Jill or Carrie didn't need to say, because nothing else is allowed to make me cry.
I don't think I will, because I will and I won't. So let's not. But Jill, you if you have something, by all means.
I just would have piggybacked off of Adam and saying that if it's not testament enough that anybody is welcome in this, because we've all come from different backgrounds. We all have different stories of struggle and different stories of success from those struggles. So it's our own little melting pot of fun over here. And it's amazing to see how we all come together and support each other through an event like this. So it's great. And I think we should start talking about Yvonne.
Yes,
our
please.
first for the night. Now, yes. I do have to say, I did not get to catch Yvonne's, and I got home just as Melissa was ending. So I do not have anything to say for those two tonight, because I was swimming with Declan. So I will let the three of you give your feedback on them first.
Carrie, do you want to go first?
I'm still a bit wrapped up over here, and it's all turned to mush. It's like a blur. It feels like it was a month ago, not just like 2 hours, 3 hours ago. So I know just factually how amazing Yvonne is, and thinking back to her time with us, I'm going to say this morning, because it was this morning for me, although it's evening for you guys, and rock star, I believe, is what we call Yvonne, and it's just a classic, absolute classic. She is amazing and my guiding light for becoming an age agitator. So I'm super excited.
I think Yvonne is the picture of doing what you want at whatever age you are. You know, I know she shared about how she felt she was failing and like all of that stuff, but I look at her and I think she has no idea how many people look up to her and want to be like her and how much influence she has. I think that that's just a testament to who she is, though. She is an age agitator, but she is quite the influencer.
Adam, do you want to add anything about Yvonne?
Yes, I do. She definitely an inspiration. I mean, I'm 47 and there are days where I'm like, oh my God, I'm so old. I'm so tired. I'm so this. I just want to stop doing everything and just like sit on the couch and do nothing. And then I think about the conversations that I've had with Yvonne on Clubhouse, and it's just always a reminder that like she continues to be an inspiration, that no matter what age you are at, you can do it. And now hearing that story of the woman that she interviewed who wanted to be a model at 70, I mean, how amazing is that? So I just think everything that she spoke about, and it was a great reminder to just keep going for those dreams and never, don't stop, no matter what age you are. And to hear how much energy she has and rediscovered, and how it reinvigorated her on so many levels is just always inspiring.
I think another thing you just said, Adam, is like when you say you're 47, don't worry, everybody who's listening. We will be checking his driver's license again because we never believe you, Adam, just so you know. Did we lose Carrie?
Oh, Carrie, yes, she is having a camera issue right now. So she said to hold, please.
Okay. Well, let's go to Melissa Bottorff Airy, who is her own kind of rock star. She is like rocking the world in so many ways, giving hope by, just changing the way we think about some things, changing the way that people look at suicide loss and the all the stigmas that go with it. She is truly on a mission to change all of that. She's one of the like high percentile podcasts. She's got multiple books. She's doing all kinds of things. But I think one of my favorite things about Melissa is the fact that she's just real. Like she just puts it out there. She just does.
And there was something that she said, and I want to find it because I know I'm not going to paraphrase it well. But it was towards the end where she was talking about like the different kind of I think it was like the different kind of grief that people go through. Oh my God. Of course I had it, like I should have written it down when she said it because I was so like, I loved it.
Well, I know she says all the time, and I quote her all the time for her space and grace.
Yes, there was that, but there was something else. Oh, here. The analogy that she gave, about adding one thing back a little at a time, and she compared it to baking, because you can always add more and you can't take out. So it's like slowly easing back into things and just taking it that one step at a time. I thought that was just like, it resonated so much with me, and I just thought that was amazing.
That was very good. She was talking about salt. I know what you're talking about
Yes.
now. Yes.
I didn't get to catch Melissa, but I do know a little bit about her and what is like her story. But one thing that I love about Melissa is that she couldn't find the help that she needed, so she created the help that she needed for others. And it's been a success for those people. A lot of us can create something that we needed, but it may not take off for others. But she is a living testament. She is that living proof that there was something missing for this community of other individuals like her, and she did it.
I agree, Jill. I completely agree. And Carrie's having technical difficulties, or she's not like listening and she's not coming back up. I'm going to talk bad about her if I have to. There she is.
Oh,
Can
you're
you
on
come
mute.
We're talking about Melissa. It's your turn, Carrie. She is having a terrible time. Okay, so we're keep notes. We'll go back to her and make her answer them all at the same time. So I want to talk next about our Adam Hoots. Adam, did you like that there was another Adam? Adam.
Well, what I'm going to say is I'm glad that he didn't get the Adam, because then I would have had to question certain things.
He did not. Which is our Adam Rothenberg about. There's a song out there that was written for him and recorded for him. We just didn't know it until later, but we say it to him all the time. So yes, Adam, you are the Adam. But Adam Hoots, oh my goodness, he is fun. That's the one thing I'm gonna say. But he's also hardcore. He is a true leader, and it really, he influenced me. And I want to say that was February of this year. I was struggling for a lot of reasons, but my mama passed away in February. And when he sent me that, it was like a really big deal that he sent me the video he did. And I know that all of you probably got tired of me sharing it with you, but I thought it was really important. It was really important. And so, Adam, thank you for sharing about like multiple things that you have been through and bringing hope to the construction industry daily on the things that you have done and just all of the leadership, all of the volunteer work, all of the things. I think it was pretty amazing.
Jill, did you want to go?
Sure. Every time I listen to Adam talk, I feel like he just has wisdom just inside that needs to get out. He just knows all these things that people kind of need to hear. I haven't heard him speak often, and even today I didn't get to hear everything, but it just feels that way, that he gives that aura around his just wisdom that just oozes out. And I love receiving that or being in that presence.
Yeah. Agreed, Jill. Carrie?
Am I back?
You're back.
Oh my.
Yay.
I can't tell you how many red bar messages came up, and for no apparent reason, like,
So we're talking about Adam Hoots.
Oh my goodness. He is amazing. So much fun. Such a vibe, right? Like Adam just brings this amazing, sorry, Adam, but Adam, you do too. But all the Adams. See, it's an Adam thing. That's what it is. No, incredible, amazing story. Again, so much determination and so much thought for others. He's been through so much and he's focusing on others. So we know that, I'm sure there's been a princess conversation in there about him looking after himself, and as we all receive, but at the same time, yeah, I know you're shocked. I know. But just another fantastic human that's here to support others. Yeah.
I didn't really know Adam until Hope to Hope, and coordinating with him and then hearing him speak tonight. So I just thought he was incredible. I'm still amazed at the statistic of how many construction workers commit suicide, and I was also the other thing that resonated with me was like when he said that so many of them sort of like die at like the use of their own hands. That just really like hit me hard. And I'm also amazed, like with everything he's been through, how much he gives back to people. All of the places he volunteers is just amazing. And honestly, I don't know how he has time to do everything. I mean, if I could get an ounce of whatever he does to make all of that time, I feel like I would be like 20 steps ahead than where I am. But it was very inspiring to hear all of that. And on top of all the volunteering, the work and all of that, he has his whole family that he, helps take care of. And it's just absolutely incredible.
He is an amazing human. That is for certain. For certain. So now we're going to talk about our Maureen Edwards. Look at Adam's face. Adam, you want to go first? Was that look?
Yes. Oh my gosh. I mean, I've known Maureen for like a little over a year now, probably a year and a half. There was a lot that she shared that I had no idea. I mean, I knew about her house burning down, but I didn't know that it was so soon after the passing of somebody close to her. I had no idea about that. And I mean, talk about resilience. You're grieving through the loss of somebody, and then your house burns down. Now you have to move through that, and to just see how she shows up every day. I mean, honestly, I don't feel like she has missed a day with everything that has gone on. And she shows up, and like just hearing her on Clubhouse, you would never know that there was all of these things going on behind the scenes. And I loved her definition of hope. And I loved when she said it was something like you get like life can like drag you down to your knees, but it's your choice to get back up. I thought that was just amazing.
Yeah.
5 outfits. I can't. She is so strong to be able to show up every day to do what she does, to help other people in her business, and then still just be at the loss that she has. And I cannot wait to celebrate her moving back in to her home. I cannot wait to do that with her. She's such a fun person, and I love conversating with her, but man, does she have a story.
She does, absolutely.
And let me add, and let me see now, if I cross these ones, and wait, they came up with those ones, and those ones, and those ones. Oh, wait, the arms, and then the thumbs, and the legs, and the toes, and cross everything, because we just want Maureen in her house as soon as possible. The shift has begun, but to get in there and start sleeping there and get settled, that's going to bring the next layer for her. So she's a trooper. She's such a trooper.
I agree with all of you, and I think it's amazing to watch her show up, going through all those things, and she's never missed a beat for showing up. So that is amazing. Super amazing. So what about our Carrie Zarb?
Let's just skip over to Jill now, and then we can go to Denise, and then we're out of here. Yeah.
We're going to talk about our Carrie. Carrie, I'm going to go first. You are such an influencer of so many people around you, and you have no idea how much so. I think that, hearing the money total is one thing, hearing all the generosity and all the things, and don't send me messages because I'm not listening. I knew what she was doing. Anybody who does not know what Carrie was doing, she was messaging me in the back saying pretty much stop it. And I'm not going to. I'm so grateful that you, like, honestly, this is this true story. I am thankful that you loved me enough to care to get me home when I was so sick. And I feel like that is just a testament to who you are in so many ways. And that's just one of a bazillion examples. So I think you're incredible.
Am I allowed to respond?
Nope.
Is that
Nobody else had a chance to respond.
Go, Jill, before she talks.
I still find it absolutely incredible how you went from one extreme to the other. I know I said it when I was talking to you when you were telling us your story, but it's like, why would you do that? Why would you have had a struggle and then make it like what you're all about? But it's absolutely fitting. I will say fitting. It's who you are, and you make everything what it needs to be for yourself. And it was awesome getting to talk to you about that today and to get to a little bit deeper into how it all turned out to be what it is today for you.
I don't have anything to say about how amazing Carrie is. No, I'm just kidding, Carrie. It was so inspiring. I mean, I've heard your story before of how you started your first company and then you went bankrupt, and now you're thriving, 10 years in business. I mean, the way you help our community, I know you say everyone does it with the tool, but if we didn't have that tool, we wouldn't be doing this, and the community wouldn't have saved over $52,000. So it is because of you, because you had this tool, you created this amazing tool that I have used, and I have saved myself, several $100s because of your simple subscriptions tool. And, I think there are other people that may have been in your situation where one company didn't work out, and that would have been it. They would have been like, I'm walking away, but you persevered, and now you have this, thriving business. And it's just really, really, really incredible. And, the other thing I was going to say is the only thing I was surprised about is that I didn't hear a lot of talk about coffee or how many burgers that has saved.
It's your turn, Carrie. We're going to talk about Jill now.
excellent? Next. Yay, let's talk about Jillo. Well, I think I'm going to kick this off, Kim, because I am absolutely past inspired by Jill, because, I have one daughter that I had myself, and that was a struggle. It was a real struggle. And I wish you had been there then, because I think you are needed by so many in this space, and it is really inspiring to have you and be this you're the guiding light for so many. Let me get this, mamas. Mamas. Oh, okay. That we know what Kerry's trying to say. And yeah, I think you're fantastic and such an amazing human, Jill. So I'm just so glad that we've crossed paths and we're in this community together, and that you are, available to speak today and do so much behind the scenes as well to help bring this conference alive. Go, Kim.
So here's my thing. I can't cry. I have to not cry. But Jill, I remember the day that we met, and I didn't know anything that was going on at that point. But I knew that from the beginning, I loved you and needed you in my life. And I look at you today and I think you have so come into your own. You have just shone bright the whole time. Like you are, and I say this all the time, you and I and Carrie could take over the world and y'all don't need me. And I think that that's part of the thing is you are so many things to so many people, but at the end of the day, it's your sweet heart and your kindness and your want to that I love the most. So thank you for like sharing what all you did, and thank you for being my Jello.
And I just wanted to add, I mean, I was so in awe of how vulnerable you were with everything, with your story. I mean, I had heard bits and pieces about it here and there, but tonight I got the full story, and I'm just so inspired by it. And everybody, I know everybody in this community, we all say to each other, we need a Jill in our life. And I'm blessed that like I do have Jill in my life. But I know we all need Jill to like the 10th degree in our life to get everything done and to be like as amazing as everything you do. And I know I wrote you this privately, but I'm just going to say it out loud that, you know, that you have a place here. You can always come if you need that place to get away, because you mentioned during your speech, sometimes you just need a place to get away. You can always come to my apartment and have a place to come to.
Thank you, everybody.
We love our Jillo. So, Denise, let's talk about our Denise Millay.
She's a ninja. She's a quiet little ninja, absolutely smashing it so quietly. And wow, like I meant what I said before, that I did not, I just shoved that stuff away so many times in absolute fear. And Denise is just, she is my person, and I know she's, you know, cherished by all of us in the community for what she's doing and everything that she's gone through. Excuse me, she has, you know, that's a huge turnaround. That is a massive turnaround to be where she is now and make sure that, you know, again, another one that's looking after others. What else can I say?
Chillo.
I love Denise. I like to get to work with her closely one-on-one when we do things together, but I don't think I realized how much of what she does revolves around being findable and websites and everything she does to be searchable. Like, I didn't realize that at all. So I learned a lot from listening to her today. And I love that that's her message too.
I love Denise. I've also known Denise almost for 2 years now. And I am so glad she is in this community. And, you know, there were so many things about her story, about, you know, starting a business that I can relate to, and, you know, trying different other communities and programs and not having it work out. And I was like right there with her when she was like feeling like it was her. And I started to feel like it's me. There's something wrong with what I'm trying to put out there. And then you come here and it's like, oh my gosh, it wasn't me. And like, I'm now, you know, it's like taking some steps back to move forward. And I related to everything she said. And she has made, I just have to say, she has made tech issues and things with my website so understandable. She breaks everything down into bite-sized pieces. I mean, if you have not experienced Denise's wisdom, you have to join us on Clubhouse on Tuesdays, because the advice she gives is amazing. And it's just so easy to follow that literally while the room is going on, everybody listening is doing things to their website or doing some kind of tech thing that she is talking about. And it's like we get so much done in that time. So we are so lucky to have Denise in this community and you know, give all of her incredible knowledge.
I so agree, Adam. And let me just say this, Denise, never underestimate Denise. She is quiet, but I agree she's a ninja, Carrie. she, she is definitely, don't underestimate her. She is fun and she's fierce. Like, so I want to say thank you to one more person, Carrie, that wasn't a speaker, but made this conference happen. And that is our Adam.
Where you been hiding?
Exactly. Exactly. Adam, we are so grateful for your heart during all of this because I will tell you, coordinating an event of any kind and of this like caliber is not for the faint of heart. Lots of moving parts, lots of things, and I know Jill set the bar high for like how to get it all done. Like I know all of this, but I want to say your want to and making people feel the hope that this conference is all about, this thank you goes to you. Like, I know Carrie and Jill and I all three agree that if it wasn't for you, the conference would not have been such a great success. So, thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
You
Adam.
very you are very welcome. I'm really happy that it went so well, and I just feel fortunate that I had Jill's guidance to set me up for such success, and she really helped me with it. So I don't want that to go unacknowledged because she really helped put it in motion, and it was because of her that I was able to do everything so well. So Jill, thank you as well because you helped make this just as successful.
Jill's like,
Well, with that, is it time for the after party?
it is time for the after party, please.
Party.
And we just want to thank everybody again for watching and being with us on these 2 days, and all of the amazing speakers who were vulnerable enough to share their story of hope. And we hope that you were inspired like we were.
Absolutely. If you're not already signed up for the after party, Jill, is it too late? Can they?
I don't think so. I think you can still go sign up.
Okay, because if you want the Zoom link, we'll all be on Zoom in just a few minutes. If you want to come and be with us for the next hour or so, we are going to be having the after party. Carrie, were you going to say something else?
I was going to say that don't forget that we have live streamed to Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube throughout this conference. Those replays are available, and I didn't say any of that throughout the whole 2 days. So sorry about that. Whoops.
You and I act like we've never done this before, and this is like what? I don't even know what number. Well, thank you all, and we appreciate all of you. And I'm just going to end on I do hope you find hope with all of the stories, and we love you all. Like, that is really the end. So, love you all.
Love you.